right after the talk to discuss all interesting points with you and ask your questions. Also, we inviting you to join the partner channel to participate in the quizzes, drafts, and all interesting stuff. You will receive an email with the direct instruction how to join this Slack. Don't miss, join Slack and ask questions. We are going to start in a few minutes, but before I would like to say thank you to our sponsors. This year we have really a lot. First of all is our general sponsor, Microsoft company. Our platinum sponsors, Google, Luxoft, Customer Times, Wirex, Scalia, and Ciclum. And our gold partners, Intellias, Infopulse, DataArt, Sigma, and finally, Temabit. Thank you.
Hello everyone, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to DevOps Stage Conference on behalf of Microsoft. My name is Dmitry Soshnikov, I am Cloud Developer Advocate, and my role is to make sure that Microsoft products make the life of all software developers, all software engineers better. And the main product that we hope will simplify your life is, of course, the cloud, Microsoft Azure. The whole idea of the cloud is to be able to, for you to take the code and say, I want to run this piece of code somewhere on the internet. And the cloud should take care about all the rest. However, we are not yet at this stage. Still, you have a lot of choices on how to deploy your code to the cloud. And that is something my colleague Brian Benz would talk today during the conference. So essentially, you have two choices. You can either use platform services of the cloud, such as Azure Functions, Azure Web Apps, and so on. And in this case, the cloud will take care about all the underlying details, such as security, scalability, and so on. But you will be using specific cloud services from Azure, and it would not be easy to port this code to local data center or to another cloud vendor. Or you can use the independent services such as Kubernetes and package your microservice application into different containers, in which case you would have complete control on the architecture, but you will need to care about a lot of more details on how to deploy and run and maintain your code. So whichever way you choose, you can make sure that the cloud will take care of your code. It will run it securely, stably, and so on. If you are new to Microsoft Azure Cloud, if you haven't worked with it before, I encourage you to attend the keynote by my colleague Laurent Bougnon, who will give the overview of Azure Cloud. And if you want to see how cloud can be used to how you can combine different cloud services to build a complex system to make sense of COVID medical papers, you can attend my talk with my colleague Francesca Lazzari. We will talk about analyzing COVID scientific papers using Azure services. I hope you have a great conference. You have a lot of interesting talks, a lot of new things to think about, a lot of insights, and I wish you a great day. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to this presentation. My name is Laurent Bugnon and I work for Microsoft Azure. I'm very happy to welcome you to this keynote today, to DevOps stage. We are going to talk about Azure and some of the services and features that we have. And I know firsthand how overwhelming it can be because I've been there. 4 years ago when I started working for Microsoft, I didn't know anything much about Azure, and maybe I had started a virtual machine before, but really it was quite overwhelming. And when you are in front of something so big, it can be a little bit scary. And so hopefully this presentation will remove some of the fears. And if some of you go after the presentation and try things on your own, I would be really happy, and hopefully this will happen. So let's take a look at the agenda. So today we are going to talk about, first of all, a small introduction to Azure, what is Azure, etc. And then we will also talk about, if you want, the different layers of services that we have. And maybe you have heard those terms before, things like IaaS, Infrastructure as a Service, PaaS, Platform as a Service. And then we'll also have things like serverless applications, functions, and logic apps, etc. And also, of course, a lot of demos. I love demos, and hopefully you will like them as well, where I will take you on a tour through some of the services and show you some of the features we have. So Azure is very large. We have 60 plus regions. And why do we say 60 plus regions? Is because honestly, at this point, I lost count a little bit. I was, in the early days, I used to say, all right, we have 54 regions. Oh, suddenly we have 56 regions. Well, now it's really too much. And if you want to take a look at those regions and see an interesting view of what we have, you can also go to this view. This is infrastructuremap.microsoft.com, and this is a view of the globe where you see some of the infrastructures that we have. Obviously, North America has quite a lot, but also here is South America, we have Africa, we have here Europe, and of course Asia. And also on this website you will see a lot of information about the Microsoft Azure infrastructure in general. So take a look at that. This is always interesting to see where we are and what we do. So if you have never been into a data center, this is more or less how it looks like. All right, you have a lot of lights, a lot of cables, like kilometers and kilometers and hundreds and thousands of kilometers of cables. Why would you even go into a data center like that? Well, there are really multiple reasons. First of all, we'll talk about that later. Things like automatically scaling your application or automatically taking care of some features of your application, which can be very interesting. But there are also some features in terms of security, because most of the time there is literally nobody on the floor of a data center. Here we see one person going through, but that's very rare. Most of the time everything is automated, and so nobody is going to break in and take things that belong to you, right? This is quite a nice advantage. Of course, software security as well, software innovation, right? You always get the latest installation, for example, of .NET. I'm a .NET developer, so I'm very interested into that, but also other things like, for example, Java, etc., etc. Also around, the environment, right? That can be interesting. Those data centers obviously use a lot of electricity, but we also partner with government to use reusable energy to compensate the carbon, to offset the carbon that we are using, etc. And in fact, there are also some interesting experiments happening. For example, this is here a data center that spent a couple of years under the sea, and it's interesting to see what kind of life starts getting on top of those containers, which is why we need to clean them up when we take them out. But it was an interesting experiment where we were running those data centers in a totally independent manner under the sea for a while. Why do I love Azure? What do I love about Azure? It's really the ability that it gives me to experiment. Okay, there is a principle in design where you can sketch something quickly on a napkin or on paper and then kind of throw it away as fast as possible because you don't want to get attached to your design. In software, it's a little bit the same, right? You don't want to get too attached to your applications because you can always incrementally improve your applications. And on Azure, you can do that because you can allocate some resources, but then you can also very fast, recycle those resources. So it allows you to experiment and to innovate very fast. When you work in the cloud, you will hear some terms such as IaaS and PaaS and SaaS and sometimes FaaS. And software developers love jargon, they love abbreviations, and because it kind of makes us feel almighty, or I don't know exactly why, but this is kind of annoying. So let's review a little bit what's going on with those terms and what they mean. So first of all, IaaS, very often we understand virtual machines under that. So essentially it's a computer which is running in the cloud, all right? And then you connect to it just like you would connect to another computer that maybe you have at home using a remote desktop, using SSH or using other things. Now, virtual machines are very often where people get started at first because it's easy. Right? It's easy to understand, right? I have a full-blown computer somewhere, it's on a network, I can access it via, for example, remote desktop. And this is really cool. So it's also an easy path to the cloud because you can take your application as is and kind of lift and shift it, okay? This is what we say, we migrate, we lift the application and we shift it into the cloud without changing anything. But of course, it's also not very efficient because around the VM, you're going to have to take care of everything else, right? The network, the disk, the security. You have to patch your operating system. You have to install antivirus software, etc., etc. So it's quite complex, but it's very often a first step into the cloud, and it's very valid in that regard. Then the next step is platform as a service, PaaS. And here we talk about things like, for example, app services. This is a web server in the cloud. So instead of having to worry about the whole server, you just worry about, the configuration of the server, certainly, and what is running on it, which is your application. Or maybe things like SQL Server, Azure SQL Database in the cloud, all right? So here too, you don't have to worry about the operating system of the virtual machine that is hosting this SQL Server. You just worry about your data. Or Azure Cosmos DB, which is a NoSQL database. And we also have well-known open source databases that, for example, MySQL, etc., or Postgres, which run in the cloud as a service. So again, platform as a service. And then the next step would be software as a service. And here we are talking about something that you probably used already at some point. For example, Microsoft Excel online. All right, in the web. So you know that if you get a link, you can open it and then you have a full-blown spreadsheet in the web. And basically, you can use that and you can edit your documents and you can even collaborate, like multiple people at the same time collaborating on the same document. There are, of course, tons of other SaaS, software as a service alternatives. For us as developers, we most of the time deal with IaaS, PaaS, and there is also another thing that we deal with, which is, of course, serverless applications. Serverless, it's a kind of a fancy word. There is actually a server, but we say, okay, it's not serverless, it's actually less server. Here, you just publish your code to, in that case, Microsoft Azure, for example, as an Azure function, and then it's just going to start running. That's as easy as that. When it's not used, it stops, so it's also efficient. We'll talk a little bit more about functions a little bit later. And we also have some low-code or no-code solutions, for example, Power Apps, or on Azure we have something which is called Logic Apps, and Logic Apps, I really like them very much because they allow me to very, very fast achieve something. It's like a workflow. I'll show you a demo a little bit later, where without having to worry about authentication, without having to worry about complex code, maintaining my code, I can very easily create a workflow, trigger that workflow, and basically when it's not running, I don't pay for it at all, so it's very, very convenient. All those applications have some free tiers so that you can experiment as a developer. You can also create a free Azure account where you get some credits upfront so that you can try things out. And then after that, of course, it's like everything on the web, it is a pay-on-demand model where you pay for what you consume. All right, so different type of economy than traditional servers. So without further ado, let's go into the meat of this presentation. Let's talk about those different layers. And we are going to start with virtual machines. What are virtual machines? They are essentially, like I said before, a computer running in the cloud. And of course, on a server, you can have multiple virtual machines running, right? But basically, you own that computer or you rent it if you want, and you have to take care of everything which is around it, which means that for us as Microsoft, we give you the infrastructure as a service, which is why we often call this kind of computer the infrastructure as a service, IaaS. Now, when you create a new virtual machine on Azure, you can choose different operating systems, and it might surprise you to know that we support a large number of operating systems, not just Windows, but also things like Ubuntu, Red Hat. We have really a lot of Linux-based operating system, all kinds of things. And in fact, we run a lot of our infrastructure on these kind of things as well. We also have images, so if you, or you can create your own images, of course. So if you have basically a computer running and you want to kind of upload that to the web, you can do that to the cloud. And we have templates which allow you to get started very fast, for example, around, I don't know, AI or around data, etc., where you can create those machines very fast. So I'd like to show you a quick demo of a virtual machine running in Azure. And since we have Windows 11 in preview right now, maybe you don't want to install it on your computer immediately, but interestingly, you can do that in Azure, and then you can try everything that you always wanted to try with Windows 11 without, of course, any risks to your own infrastructure, because this is all running on Azure. And when you're done, you can just recycle this virtual machine. Let's take a look at the demo. For this first demo, I want to show you how you are going to create a new virtual machine in the Azure portal. And here I'm using the portal, but just know that most of what you see, you can do also with other tools. For example, everything you do in the portal, you can do it with our command line interaction, our CLI. And that runs, for example, on Bash if you're on Linux, or if you prefer Bash on Windows, in the command line, in a terminal, also, of course, in PowerShell. But we also have integration in some of our tools, such as Visual Studio Code, etc., etc. So here in the portal, I'm going to go and create a new resource. Notice that we have here tons of things that you can choose from, including also the documentation. So if you click on the Learn More, it's going to take you to our documentation at docs.microsoft.com. I'm looking specifically for a Windows 11 virtual machine because I want to try it out. And so here, as you see, I have search results. The first one is the one I want, the Windows 11 preview. And I'm going to create that with a set of configuration, which is really a low set of configuration. But again, I just want to try things out. So I need to put things in what we call a resource group. It's a group of resource. I need to give a name to my virtual machine. Here I just name it my VM11, and then after that I choose a region. And so here you see we talked about all the regions we had before, and you see the choice that you have. You also have availability options. For example, if you want redundancy, so that your machine, if it crashes at some point, you have a backup solution. And here you see the images we have. I mentioned that already before. You have tons of things such as also Linux, Windows Server, etc., etc. If you want to try things out. Then you're going to select a size, and here too you have a lot of choice, and of course you're going to pay more or less depending on what size you take. Notice that it's also possible to take a size and then to upgrade to another size later. We have huge virtual machines. In fact, here, notice that I'm looking for the biggest RAM quantity that we have. At the moment, it seems to be 11 terabytes, and that comes also with an 8 terabyte disk. So you have more RAM than disk, which is quite interesting. Of course, those are pretty expensive, but if you use them just from time to time, that can be actually a more interesting choice than going with a virtual machine or with a PC on your own premises. So now that we have created a machine, we can connect to it. And here I put it on my dashboard. The dashboard is a place where you can basically put links and shortcuts to your components and also put some graphs if you want to monitor the metrics. So this VM right now is not running, so I'm going to start it. I stopped it because I don't want to pay for it if I'm not using it. And in fact, when you stop your virtual machine, you only pay for storage, so it's quite interesting. While it is starting, we can take a look at things like availability and scaling. Here we have the inbound port rules that you can configure. Also, a very good tip, you can set auto shutdown. And this is really good if you want your machine to stop automatically every evening at a certain time so that you don't pay for times when you don't use it. Of course, everything is optional. You can set up a backup very easily, including some policies for backup frequency, etc., etc. And now let's go back to the overview because I think that the machine is running now, so I will connect to it. Notice that I can connect via SSH or remote desktop, RDP. This is what I will use now. So I'm going to download the RDP file. And then this is really just like when you connect to a computer, for example, at work, or if you have a computer running on your home network and you want to connect to it. I'm going to enter here my credentials, and once this is done, it's just going to essentially start the remote desktop client. And here we go, we have Windows 11. It looks pretty good. It's the first start, so of course it takes just a second to start, but here we are into Windows 11 and we can take a look at all the features. Now for the third demo, I want to show you something. It's a little bit of a gadget. It's a new phone that I have. I'm not going to name the brand, but if you're interested, you can just contact me on Twitter, I guess. And let me show you in this foldable phone with a very large screen, you can do some really cool thing. And really it means that I don't really need to take a laptop anymore because I have a VM. So let's go here into the portal in the web browser directly on the phone. I'm using Edge. I'm going to connect just like I did before, download the RDP file, and this is going to start the RDP client, which is on my phone, which is running natively on my phone. Okay, so let me enter username and password. All right, this is done. It's going to connect, and I have here Windows 11 running on my foldable phone. This is pretty cool. But even better, one thing I can do, which is really cool, is that I can connect this phone to an external monitor and to an external keyboard and a mouse via Bluetooth, and it's connecting to the monitor via USB-C and HDMI. And here you see the beautiful display running on my external monitor. And same thing as before, I can do just what I did before. I'm going to connect to the portal. I'm going to check if the machine is running. From here, I can also manage my virtual machines and everything. Let's connect to that. Download the RDP file. Essentially, it's exactly the same as before, except that now I have really a large screen. It's a full HD screen in that case, and that's going to allow me to basically do my work on Windows 11, even though I'm running this on a phone. So you see that it really opens possibilities that were really science fiction not long ago. Now that we talked about infrastructure as a service, IaaS, and virtual machines, very often the next step that people take is basically they want to get rid of the infrastructure worries. They want to delegate that to the cloud provider, in this case Microsoft. And a good way to do that is to move to a different model, which is platform as a service. Platform as a service, you know, it encompasses really a lot of services. For example, app service, this is like a web server in the cloud, but also things like data or cognitive services, etc. So let's talk a little bit more about app services. This is one of my favorite services on Azure. It allows you to run all kinds of things, for example, web apps, mobile applications, but also API applications, of course. And it is quite powerful in the sense that you have to just worry a little bit about the configuration. When you create it, you can choose an operating system which is going to run the server, for example, Linux or Windows. And this is really cool because since now .NET, which is my favorite platform, platform actually runs on Linux. It means that I can develop on Windows and then publish my application in production to Linux, which is very powerful. You also have different platforms, .NET, Java, Node.js, PHP, Python, etc. And things like, for example, auto-scaling. I'll show you that in the demo. Integration with other applications, so you can really componentize your application and then have those applications communicate together. Continuous deployment is of course supported from GitHub or from Azure DevOps, so you can choose. This is really cool. But what would be an application without data? And here too, we got you covered because we have tons of data solutions on Azure. For example, of course, SQL database, SQL managed instance. This is kind of a lift and shift, all right? For everybody who is used to SQL, they can easily migrate to a platform, a database as a service in the cloud using SQL. But we also have other solutions. Azure Tables, right? This is in storage. This is very easy to use, super easy to store your objects as data. It's not so powerful, but if you want more power, then you can also go to Cosmos DB, which is our very, very powerful NoSQL service. It's globally distributed. It's available everywhere we have Azure. In fact, a lot of Azure actually and a lot of Microsoft really actually works on Cosmos. And it's also a multi-model service, which means that you can choose to, for example, if you have a MongoDB locally, you can easily migrate it and continue to run your Mongo APIs in Cosmos DB instead. Or you can run SQL, you can run different models like that. So it's quite convenient. We also have open source databases. So if you love those open source databases, and we do at Microsoft, in fact, we also contribute to the development of some of those, such as Postgres. Then you can also run them as a service. For example, PostgreSQL, MySQL, MariaDB on Azure database, very convenient. And then you have all the advantages of the open source database, but also the advantages of the cloud. And finally, if you have big data, and you know that nowadays everybody's collecting data, you can easily store this data in data lakes, in data warehouses, and then you can run analytics. You can also run all kinds of ingestions pipeline where you clean your data as you ingest it, etc. What would be Azure without storage is probably the most used service that we have. Storage can be blobs, binary large objects is just basically a file or something that you put in the cloud. We have also an actual file system that you can access via SMB, which is a protocol that you can use in Linux, in Windows Explorer, or in Mac to access your files. We have queues if you want to have messages and have services communicate together. That can be useful. We have tables. I mentioned that before, very simple and easy to use database. And we have, of course, disks, because when you do a VM, you need a disk, but sometimes you can also create a disk for other services. Now, all this runs on a unified store system, a unified infrastructure, and everything is accessible via REST APIs. And of course, we have, you would think so, SDKs for .NET, for Java, for JavaScript, etc. So very, very convenient and powerful. So let's see a demo of platform service, of PaaS. And for this demo, I would like to take you on one of my web servers and show you how monitoring and metrics can really help you to keep an eye on your server. So let's take a look at the demo here. For the next demo, I would like to show you a web server which is running as an app service on Azure. And here you see that you have some monitoring. And let's take a little bit of a deep dive into that, because this is one of the huge advantages of running on Azure, is that you have all this monitoring going on, which is super easy to set up. In fact, it's as easy as checking a checkbox when you start. So let's take a look at that. It's called Application Insights. And here you see that I have some graphs. So let's increase a little bit the duration so that we can see what happened. And I see that I have some failed requests on my website, which is a little bit concerning because you want to present, of course, a good user experience. But interestingly, if I check those URLs, those are very old URLs. Some of them are from 2006, 2007. And I'd love to understand better who is clicking there. And this is something that I can do using, for example, Refer, etc. So I will dive in the logs at some point. But I see a another thing which is annoying me a little bit is those thread abort exceptions. And let's dive a little bit better to see what happens. This seems to be happening when I use my link shortener, which is running at gslb.ch. Cool thing is that I have really access to the call stack, and that allows me to debug. So at some point I will have to dive into that and understand a little bit better what are those errors. I have a lot of helper components to do that. For example, the application map, it's not set up here, but it's going to show you all the components of your application and their interaction. Very interesting also the live metrics. If you have a production website, you want to observe that. And so here, notice that I just pinged my website once, I just loaded it on my phone, and here you see the single request which is coming up. Right now it's very quiet, but very interesting to observe that because this is going to give you tons of information and metrics about your web application. Let's go back to the top and see some of the services that we have around app services. So for example, of course, you have the configuration, authentication, identity, so that your app service can also access other services. You can scale up to a better plan if you want, and you can also scale out, which means that we are going to add servers to respond to a demand, either manually like here or using some auto scale. For example, you say, well, when the processor, the CPU reaches 50% or more, I want to add an instance of server to my setup. And of course, you're going to pay accordingly. You can manage everything such as, for example, custom domain, also TLS SSL settings for your HTTPS. Basically, everything can be managed here in the portal, either in the Azure portal on the web or via command line integration. Another service I really love on Azure is cognitive services. This is essentially artificial intelligence for people who are not data scientists, for example, developers like me. And here you have a lot of APIs, and we are going to allow you to take services, to use services, for example, in decision making, language, speech, vision, all right? And here, right in the portal, in the cognitive service portal, you can already do some trials and do some tests. And for example, let's take a look here at the face APIs. This is an API that allows you to detect, for example, a person's age or maybe their emotion, if they are happy or not. And one of the things we have here is face verification. You can check the likelihood that two faces belong to the same person. So for example, if I check here this, middle-aged white guy, which I believe looks a little bit like me, you see that here, this is the same person, right? The confidence is at 0.91. But now let's take a look at somebody else, and in that case I'm going to upload my own picture and see the likelihood of me being that person. And of course now we see the confidence is very low, 0.08, and it means that very likely that I'm not that person. So this is only one of the multiple services that we have, face verification, but we also have emotion detection, we have speech recognition, we have text to speech or speech to text also. We use those, for example, to caption videos and make them more inclusive, etc., etc., etc. And this is all available via APIs, REST APIs, or via some SDKs that you can use in .NET, in Java, in JavaScript, and more. So take a look at those, and this kind of rounds up the presentation of Platform as a Service. Of course, we have way more things than that, but hopefully you will try it out and see if you like those components and compose your own application. So let's talk about serverless now, because when you have gone from a virtual machine with all the infrastructure to Platform as a Service, when you have some of the infrastructure, very often you want to go even further and go, for example, to Azure Function, where you don't have to worry as much about the infrastructure as, for example, for an app service or for a SQL database. And I really love Azure Function. In fact, you see that I'm wearing the t-shirt today. So it's a great service that we have on Azure, and something that is really going to help you try things out and deploy new production applications very fast without having to worry about maintaining those. And this is really the power of serverless here. Like I said, no infrastructure headache, right? Yes, of course, this is all running on the server, but you never have to handle the server. Essentially, when you create your function application, you say, all right, I want to have a Linux server or a Windows server, and that's pretty much it. And then you put some monitoring around it, so you get logs and messages, and you can see how it's running. But essentially, the rest of the step is just you trying your code locally on your machine, pushing that code very often via DevOps, via GitHub Actions or Azure DevOps to your Azure function, and then it's just going to run on its own. It is started on demand when you have a trigger happening. We'll talk about that in the demo. But it's also going to scale on demand. And this is really powerful because imagine that you want to have a system which is handling one file. Okay, and then imagine that suddenly you have 1,000 files. Well, no problem. We are going to give you 1,000 functions, and then you can start them in parallel. You can wait for the result, and then continue the execution of your program. Or if you have suddenly 1 million files, no problem. We are going to give you those 1 million instances of functions. And because you pay only for what you actually use, it's also very efficient and very cost-effective to do that. We also have a generous free tier when you can run millions of executions of functions for free. So it is really quite nice. You're going to start paying when you're using those functions really a lot, but typically this is when you start also making money as an enterprise, and so it's only fair that you start paying for that. But really, when you develop and later also when you run functions at a lower scale, then no problem at all. This is probably going to be free for you. So this is really cool. Functions are very powerful. We also have a lot of other serverless services, things like Azure SignalR services, which allows you to have a SignalR hub in the cloud and to distribute your event in real time. So this is going to basically react to something you say to SignalR, hey, send a message to all the subscribers, and then the subscription message happens via WebSocket, so it's extremely fast and extremely convenient. We have also other things like Logic Apps. Logic Apps is a workflow-based application development framework, if you want, very similar to Power Apps, and I'm going to show you a demo a little bit later. So without further ado, let's take a look at the demo. In here, I want to show you how I'm going to create a serverless function application very easily in the Azure portal, and then we'll also take a quick look at a Logic App so that you can see how this workflow-based development works. For this next demo, I want to show you how I create a new Azure Function application in the web portal. And I'm also going to code directly in the portal, which is not something that we do typically, but that can be useful to try things out, all right? So let's add this to the resource group. And I'm also going to give a name. And of course, this name needs to be unique because it's going to be a URL at the end, all right? I'm going to use .NET, but we have tons of other platforms that you can use here. And I'm going to place it in Western Europe, which is where I am. Here we have, for example, the choice of the operating system. You can put your functions on Linux, even if they run on .NET. And finally, it's a consumption model, meaning that I pay as I go. I can monitor my Azure function just like I monitor an app service. Here, I'm not going to do that because it's a simple demo, but you can really have all the metrics that I showed you earlier on in the app service for your Azure function as well. So now the deployment is taking place. I'm speeding things up a little bit because I don't want to lose time in the video. But essentially, after really less than a minute, typically, my resource is ready and I can go to the resource. Now, this is just a function application at this time. Nothing is happening here, but I can also go and create a function. So let's go to the Functions tab, and I'm going to create a new function. And when I create a function, I need to select a trigger, which is what is going to start the function. So first of all, I'm going to say I want to develop in the portal, which again, we don't really do in production. We have other tools, Visual Studio Code, or any terminal, really. Here you have all the triggers that are going to start your function. So I'm going to take an HTTP trigger, meaning that I'm basically exposing this function to internet, okay? And then I'm going to give it a name, and I'm going to set this function to anonymous because again, this is a simple demo, meaning that anybody can call this function if they want. Let's go and create that. It's going to take a few seconds to spin everything. And then it's going to show me the code directly in the portal, which again, I think it's the third time I'm saying that, we don't do typically. Normally you develop in Visual Studio Code or in Visual Studio or with a terminal. But here, for the demo, let me show you the code. So my function is going to react to a request. It's going to extract a name parameter, and I'm going to go and modify the code directly here in the web browser. I say hello from Switzerland, and then the name, all right? I'm going to save, and because I saved, everything is already deployed on the server. It's a serverless solution. I don't have to worry about that. Let's go and get the URL of this particular endpoint. And if I go into the web browser and put this URL, if I don't put the name, the function works, but it tells me, please give me a name, all right? And then after that, if I add the name, for example, here in the query string, then it's going to react properly and tell me, hello from Switzerland, hello. So this is a very, very quick spinning up a function and making it run, but hopefully it shows you a little bit the possibilities that you have. We have so many more triggers, such as HTTP, such as timer trigger if you want to run, on a recurrence mechanism, on a schedule, or we also have things like event grid, like reacting to events from other services in Azure, and like this you can compose your services. Now for this demo here, I want to show you a logic app. This is a logic app that I used when I gave a presentation, and then I wanted to automatically send some reminders to people. So the way that I did that, I said, all right, I'm going to add a blob into Azure, into storage, and this blob is going to be in JSON format, and this is basically all the people who subscribe to my presentation. I'm going to here have a condition, and I say, all right, if the file, if the blobs are changed, is named registrations.json, then I want to do something, and you see you have code without having code, really. I want to basically get the content of the JSON. I'm going to then parse it. So here is the schema of the JSON. And then for each one of my subscriber, I'm going, here you have the for each loop. I'm going to send an email via Outlook. And here the cool thing is that I don't have to handle the authentication into Outlook because the Logic app is doing that for me. And of course, it's very convenient because authenticating in code is something which is quite complicated. So here, Logic app is taking care of that for me. Now, this is only an example. We use Logic apps a lot every day at Microsoft to handle, annoying part of our job, I would say, to automate that. And really, I can recommend you to check it out. So in the beginning of this presentation, I told you that using Azure, it's very easy to compose different services to create a full stack application. And here I have an example. It's my timekeeper application. It's a utility we use at Microsoft when we do live shows to keep track of time. And so here, this is composed of multiple services. For example, here I have a function application, and you can see here the application inside data, which is going to allow me to keep track of metrics and of logs, of course. I also have another component, which is a key vault, and this is going to help me to take care of all my secrets and basically make sure that only I have access to those secrets or only an admin have access to that. But then all the applications can access those via APIs. Then I also have a SignalR service. This is a real-time distributed event hub, which is sending events via WebSockets to my web applications. And here I have a static web app. This is the client part of the application. Static web app is awesome. Here I'm running with a Blazor application, so a .NET application, but you can also host a JavaScript application. You see that you have role management, you have different environments if you want to have staging and production. You can manage your custom domains directly here. You can also have functions, for example, private functions, which are accessible only to certain roles. And also here you see that you have different plans. So this allows me to show you here a quick demo of Timekeeper. And Timekeeper is essentially, like I said, the timekeeping solution that we use at Microsoft. You see that I have a possibility to log in. The login is handled by GitHub, Twitter, or other systems. This is all managed by the static web application. Creating new sessions. Those sessions will be saved into Azure storage. So there is also some persistence. We can edit the clocks, etc. Everything is saved via Azure Function into storage again. And of course, I could use a database if I prefer that. You have different features such as, for example, showing colors when the timer is reaching the end of the presentation so that the speaker knows when they need to stop talking, etc., etc. So you have really tons of functionalities. And here, this is the host view that you are seeing. So this is a view which is protected by a login. But after that, when you have different clocks prepared, then your guests can log in and anybody can be a guest. And the cool thing is that it works here in a web browser. So I'm using in-private browsing to kind of simulate a guest on a different machine. Those guests can be really literally on any machine. I can start my clocks. And like this allows me to tell my guests, well, when the clock reaches 1 minute or 30 seconds, then maybe it's time to think about stopping to talk and giving the word back to the host. And you can also send different prompts and messages. So essentially, it's a little bit like if you want, like teleprompter application. All right. So here we see what happens if the user is going over time. So like this, we have a silent way to communicate. And of course, because it's a Blazor application, it could be also any SPA application, single page application. It runs on mobile as well, as you can see. So any number of guests can be. It's also going to scale very nicely, right? So if I have really a lot of guests, then no problem. My systems are able to scale and to handle that. Though, of course, in a normal scenario, we only have a few guests, so it's not too bad. We also support multiple hosts, so we can have 2 or more people actually managing a session, which is really nice if one of the hosts crashes and has to restart his machines and another host can take over. Everything is preserved because everything is running in the cloud, and when the client connects, he gets the state and everything. So thank you so much for watching the Timekeeper demo. If you're interested to know more about Timekeeper, just go to timekeeper.cloud, and then if you click the About button, you will see the full version of the tutorial as well as more information. And finally, also check the GitHub, right? Because this is an open source project and all the code is public there. We are at the end of this presentation. I hope it was useful for you, and most especially, I hope that it removed some of the fears that you may have when you hear about Azure, because it's a little bit overwhelming, and I've been there before. I know how many of those services we have, I know how many features we have, and it can be a little bit scary. But really, don't hesitate to try things out, and if you go to Microsoft Learn, I'll give you a link later, you can try things out for free and without really any risk. In this presentation, we talked about a small introduction to Azure and to the concept of data centers and regions. And then after that, we talked about infrastructure as a service, virtual machines, which is very often where people get started to go in the cloud. We also have containers. I didn't talk about that, but really take a look at that because it's fascinating if you want to package your application and put it in the cloud fast and easily. Then we talked about platform as a service. If you don't want to worry about your infrastructure so much, this is a great place to go as well. Things like app services, web server in the cloud, or data solutions such as SQL database, such as Cosmos DB if you like NoSQL, etc. And finally, we talked about serverless solutions such as Azure Functions, but also Logic App for a low-code or no-code solution. And we saw lots of demos. Now, if you didn't catch something, if I went too fast on something, this can happen. Make sure to check the video again. And you can also go and check the slides at the link at the bottom here. Or if you scan this QR code, this is also where you can get access to the slides. You can also get in touch with me. I'm El Bugnon on Twitter. And finally, I want to talk to you about Microsoft Learn. This is where you can try things out without any risks and for free. If you go to this link, the one that says 592, then you can have access to the Microsoft Azure Fundamentals Learning Pass. This is a place where we prepare you to the certification. But even if you don't want to get certified, you can take all those modules anyway. Sometimes it's also a good refresher. You can try things out in Sandbox. So basically there is no risk and it's not going to cost you anything. You don't even need a Microsoft Azure account for most of those modules, so you can really try things out very easily. I want to thank you again so much for watching. My name is Laurent Bugnon. I work for Microsoft, and it was a real pleasure to give you this introduction to Microsoft Azure today. Thank you.
My name's Linda. I'm a program manager in Redmond, Washington. I work to ensure that we're creating and delivering value for Azure Boards users.
My name's Martin. I'm a program manager in Northern Ireland. I help connect our engineering teams to the people outside Microsoft who use our products. I get to make a difference wherever I am in the world.
Hi, I'm Martina, and I'm a Principal PM in Redmond, Washington. I'm ensuring that all of our customers have a great experience.
Hi, I'm Dipendra, and I'm a UX designer in Hyderabad.
Hi, I'm Jeff Beeler, and I'm the Director of Product Operations, and I live in the Netherlands.
I ship delightful experiences across Azure DevOps.
We work on things like security, privacy, and compliance, taking care of our customers' data.
Hi, I'm Divya Vaishnavi. I'm a program manager in Hyderabad. I love how DevOps helps breed experimentation.
What I love is that the distance between me and the customer is a click of a button away.
I help developers build the best code by providing them the best tools for testing. But the reason I love my job so much is because I get to work with the customers directly who are developers, as well as I get to solve the most complex problems.
Hi, I'm Kaushal and I'm a program manager in Hyderabad in India. I love working in DevOps because it helps us push small features very fastly to our customers, get their feedback and course correct if needed.
The impact that we bring about for the customer and the customer business value.
It allows us to get closer to our customers, really understand what they need, and to hear from them regularly.
I love seeing that the diverse groups of people who use our product every single day, and it is just simply beautiful to see.
Give me 1 minute and I'll show you how Google Kubernetes Engine can help you modernize your existing application. GKE is an enterprise-grade platform for stateful and stateless containerized apps. It offers managed Kubernetes and is comprised of a high-availability control plane that Google manages and operates, nodes, which hold the pods, and your connected Google Cloud services. You can interact with it using kubectl or the Cloud Console. GKE increases developer productivity with pre-built deployment templates featuring portability and integrated tools to accelerate app development and deployment cycles. It simplifies platform operations with auto-scale, auto-upgrade, and auto-repair features. It is secure by default, including data encryption and vulnerability scanning of container images. And it supports integrated cloud monitoring with infrastructure, application, and Kubernetes-specific views. GKE can help modernize your applications, create a continuous delivery pipeline, or migrate your existing two-tier app. Next time you're thinking about modernizing your apps quickly, take a minute to look at Google Kubernetes Engine. For more info, check out cloud.google.com/Kubernetes Engine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Struggling to pick the best option for the long run? Intellias doesn't only offer one-time bonuses and gifts, but a really good salary and a fantastic workplace. Intellias, engineering by people.
Welcome to InfoPulse, the place where we not only get professional experience, but also make friends and share common values. And what's more, InfoPulse is about the company's top management, who is on the same wavelength with everybody and knows each specialist personally. It's about victories in business and in your favorite sport. This is when you feel at home while at the office. And you can combine business with pleasure. For instance, studying foreign languages while watching films. This is when you look for ways of completing the most challenging tasks together. When you can get creative without leaving the office. Where you can find time for improving your physical and mental health. When you understand that most of the time which we spend at the office is not only about business.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for DataArt. DataArt doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to DataArt's flexibility. DataArt's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers, or from home. DataArt is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for DataArt and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join DataArt.
When I was young, I never needed anyone. Thinking love was just for fun. Those days are gone. Living alone, I think of all the friends I've known. When I dial the telephone, all by myself, don't wanna be all by myself anymore.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to my session about open source component security in CI/CD process. And before we dive deeper to the technical parts and overview our software composition analysis tools, let me first introduce myself. My name is Vitaly Davidov. I'm application security lead at JFrog. I've been a developer for many years, and now I'm responsible for JFrog tools and product security. And what will be our agenda today? So we just want to do the short recap of the DevSecOps and DevOps. So what the differences and why we need security to be part of our DevOps process. We'll review different security tools we can use as part of our development program. And specifically, we will talk about third-party composition analysis tools. And we will review capabilities and features which can help you to do it, to integrate security and composition analysis to more smoothly in your pipelines. And we will also cover some other best practices and details. So let's get started. I think I don't need to explain you what is CI/CD and what is DevOps. We're on the DevOps stage conferences, but I just want to be sure they're all on the same line. So we actually have our development lifecycle process divided by two main parts: continuous integration and continuous deployment and continuous delivery. So we have a lot of stuff on the CI part and on the CD part, including a lot of testing, tests on the continuous integration part, like unit tests as part of the development step, integration test, code reviews, etc. We also have a lot of test, functional test, and smart test on the continuous delivery and continuous deployment. But what about security? Let's talk about the process of the CI/CD process and what is the DevSecOps introduced here. So first of all, we're talking about the paradigm. As DevOps and DevSecOps, they are both some kind of paradigm, including what we are doing with people in our organization, in processes in our organization, and technology in order to support actually the agile development and DevOps or DevSecOps processes. So first of all, people, yes, we need someone from the security team to be part of our development, developers team or DevOps teams, as we did for DevOps. So we have DevOps engineer, and now we have DevSecOps engineer. In most cases, an organization is we are talking about the same person. Processes. Okay, the process is the same process, CI/CD, but we're going to add security activities or security steps to it. And we want to have all this process to be automatically proceeded as possible. So we don't want to have security guys to be manual action on our CI/CD because it might be a bottleneck. Maybe we don't have security team in place, etc., etc. So we want to run our process automatically. So in order to do that, we need to integrate security automation tools to be part of our CI/CD process. And that the technology part we will talk about today. Okay, just to recap, here's the graph. I think it's well known. Graph explains the map between the different stages of our development process and the cost of fixing issues. It's not only related to security, it's also defects, bugs in our code, flaws in our code, and also security issues. So as you know, so we want to catch it as close to the coding steps or unit test as possible, because later on the production, on the release stage, it will be it's going to be the very cost effective. So we will pay a lot of money to provide the pages to all our customers, and also we will spend the time to fix the problem, etc. So, okay, I just want you to be this graph in your hand, where we're talking about the different stages and when we are going to test our software for security. And now I want to introduce you just a brief introduction on the security tools we have. And we will start, we can split all the security tools, all the automation security tools in four main parts. Infrastructure scanning, static analysis scanning, third-party scanning, and dynamic scans. Today we will talk about the third-party scan, and I will explain why it's so important and kind of must to do. But as you can see, we have many options here. We have a lot of tools for security and integrated to our process, CI/CD process. So first of all, static analysis tools, or SAST. Okay, in this case, we're talking about the very, very early stage in our in our development process. It's in the implementation phase, part of CI. SAS tools just go through the static code, our source code, and try to find security patterns like hard-coded keys or passwords inside the code, or some kind of lack of the input validations, etc. And once these two see something in our code, some kind of smell or some bad practices in our code or vulnerability, it can just, as you can see here as an example, it marks this line, and developer will see it and can fix it immediately. So why it's good? Because we first of all, we can see exactly the place where the problem exists. We can change it on the implementation phase, which is very, very early stage in our CI/CD process. It's very good. Yes, it's a lot of false positives exist on the SAST, and it's in some cases we cannot scan only our code, but we need to scan all the build. Okay, once we merge to the master, for example, then we're running this SAS scanner, and it might take a lot of time. Like think about thousands of code now merged to the master, for example, and you will get 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours just to run the SAS scan. So in some cases, SAS static code analysis is not so suitable for our automation process. Okay, so next one is the dynamic scan. Dynamic scan is an opposite for static. It just need to have the running application. We're actually running the Dust tool as part of our functional test or integration test. And dynamic scan works on the request response paradigm. So it sends the request, is some kind of malicious payload, receive the response, and understand if this attack succeeded or not. Again, it's a very good testing tool. It might test running application for real issues, so it's less false positives here. But the problem, again, it might take time to run dynamic scan, hours. And also the problem here that I have only the request, which is reproduced problem on my system, but I can't point to exact line in the code. So I cannot just send it to my developers and say, okay, please fix it. Because I need, as a security team, should provide some kind of triaging and understand who is the guilty here and where's the problem. Maybe it's not in my our code, maybe it's the some kind of third-party code or whatever. Okay, so now let's move to the next step. And I want to talk about the agile development. So in order to produce software, we need to do it very quick now and semi-automation way. So, and the situation for now that in order to do that, the developers can use third-party tools or third-party packages. So I don't need to develop something. I can just bring it for free. So I don't need to pay. And I can just use it. And it will solve a lot of time of development for me. So it's great. Okay, it's awesome. For free, doing a lot of things what I need to implement by myself. So I don't need it. And current situation, as you can see here on the graph, we have a very, very short, a very, very small part of our first party code, something that we developed inside the company, and all other components, we just bring it from the open source repositories like GitHub or whatever. And it saves us time and money, but it's also introduced the problems, security problems, because since this code is something uncontrolled by my company, I cannot, I don't know who developed it, is it past security scans, etc. So it's kind of now the black box for me. And once I have problem inside third party, I also receive it automatically in my code. And just to emphasize the using of open source components, as you can see here, in the Java, in the Python, and the Node.js, now the percentage of the using of third-party components rise last 5-6 years dramatically. Just NPM and Java, as you can see here, the peak started at around 2016. This year, actually, CI/CD automation process were introduced, and we started to download a lot of packages daily as based on the automation process, based of the CI/CD process. That's why it's actually goes up in the just as you can see here. And yes, so we're using components. We're using a lot of third-party components as part of our development process. And security problem here rised, accordingly to the graph you just seen. So Open Web Application Security Projects is kind of company who actually deals with the web application security. They have the kind of OWASP top 10 security risk for web application. And as you can see here, even on the 2017, you have the new line here of the using components that's known vulnerabilities. Is this still here? It's didn't moved from this top 10 list because we saw a lot of problems. A lot of components were just damaged by third-party components for the last 2-3 years. Okay, example. So why we need third-party components and what we have. So here's a very example of the 10 lines of 12 lines of code just to open the port on the Express as a node system using Express as the external library. Just open the port and waiting for requests and receive some very simple hello world response. Okay, so what do you think? These 12 lines or 10-12 lines of code, how many code or how many lines of code you will see on your production environment, on your runtime environment? Here's the source code. Okay, it's something that I'm writing as the developer. But what the actual number of code will be on the runtime system? I know that we are now on the recorded session, so I will not wait for your answer. The answer is, as you can see, so more than 18,000 lines of code, just because you are using Express in your application as the third party. So yes, from one side, our code, my first party code, very clear, and it's great. It's just 10 lines of code, and it's doing exactly what I need. But just because I'm bringing the Express model as the third party, I have thousands of code behind the scenes added to my runtime environment. And each of them might be vulnerable to some kind of security violations. So that's why it's we have this problem. As you can see, we have the Express here as my direct dependency, but the Express itself is using other packages and other packages, and those packages using another packages and so on. So we have a lot of 10 dependencies, and that's why we have so much lines of code on our runtime environments just to bring the Express in place. And in order to find problems on some kind of 10 dependency here, to do it manually, even not possible, because it will take a lot of time, and it's it cannot be part of the agile or any automation process. So we need to some tool which can find those vulnerabilities and understand all these graph and all the versions we have here. Okay, some more emphasize about the problems on the third-party packages because they are open source and you can use it, but it's not something that you have company behind this component. It's just the man developer who wrote it. And once he decided to take it off from the repository, we have a problem. Maybe you remember, it's very famous problem from 2016 on the Babel. Just a lot of projects, thousands of projects used these third-party component, and once developer, doesn't matter for now why, he just decided to remove it from the repositories. That's it. Thousands of projects, including BMW and American Express and many other companies, just collapsed. The build collapsed, or their CI/CD process failed just because these developer take off Babel component from the open source repository. So that's why so it's not only security issue, but it's also the integration issues here might be introduced. And again, so that's the why it's happened. So we have actually a lot of companies. It's a very useful components. Number is not a number, yes, as you can see here. But inside it used Babel types. Okay, that's why actually all entire components, once you are not be able to download this package, all your projects will be down, so you cannot use it. The same if the Babel types were vulnerable for security issue. The same. So now, what is software composition analysis? Just let's talk about what is SCA. So the SCA is the software composition analysis tools which can scan open source software to identify vulnerabilities or license risk or integrations problem. There are a lot of vendors in the market in this area, like JFrog X-Ray, SourceClear as part of the Veracode now, and Snyk and LightSource and Sonatype, etc., etc. We even have the dependency check. OWASP dependency check is the free open source tool for software composition analysis. And I will provide you my opinion about using open source tools here, free open source tools, instead of the kind of paid vendors here later. So we will discuss. So now let's think about where we need to scan our code for third-party vulnerabilities, third-party packages. I just divided it by three main steps and main parts: implementation part, build, and deploy. So on the implementation part, remember the graph of the cost and the steps and the money for the fixing the problems. So that's the very important. We have scan as early as possible in our CI process. So implementation phase, we can scan, for example, for IDE integration plugins. If our vendor provide these IDE plugin, for example, X-Ray provided and White Source, etc. So what this plugin can do, just to avoid and download malicious and vulnerable packages during the code compilation or code building. So we just, so once I want, as I'm using Maven, for example, I want to bring some jar, vulnerable third-party jar file to my project, it will be blocked. I will see the error that, okay, so you try to download vulnerable jar file as part of your build process, part of your compilation. So you cannot do that, or it's just the warning, okay, because it depends on the policy in your company. You just can receive the warning, or actually the stop from the downloading this component. It depends on your decision in your company. And also might be part of the pre-commit scan. Okay, so it might be not the ID, but it's kind of a process, kind of step in my pipeline, which is do the scan and can send me, okay, so you just try to download something that is vulnerable. So and build failed. Okay, the same for the build phase. Okay, once we have artifacts in place, or maybe we already merged to the master and we created our build. Now we have the all commits in one place. We trying to build our release bundle. And once we do the scan at this phase, we can see also some different add-ons coming to part of our release bundle, and we can scan it at this moment and say, okay, we have vulnerable packages inside. Again, based on your policy in the company, you can stop the build, you can fail the build, or you can continue. So you can do different actions here. And regarding the deployment, it's also very important to have it. For example, why it's part of deployment? Because we can add some components, some packages, which are not part of our development process, but some kind of operations third parties. For example, we are not including web servers like Tomcat components as part of our development, but it's part of the operation on our deployment part. So we still need to scan it because this again, the Tomcat is the third party company, so we should scan it, but we don't have this component on the implementation on the build phase. We have it only on the deployment phase, so we also need to scan deployment phase. And also, I will talk about it later. Once we are using containers and images, we also need to scan runtime containers to see if maybe during the deployment time we added new components or new containers as part of our runtime environment. But okay, so now we understand the big picture. But again, so I'm trying to talk from the DevOps engineer perspective and not from the security person perspective. So okay, so now I also need to carry on more tools. So it's software composition analysis tools. it's more tools. It's more. I need to write more scripts to manage it, etc., etc. So, what I wanted to provide you today is the tips and what capabilities you should find to be part of your software composition analysis tools in order to help you DevOps engineers to run all those scans automatically without involving security teams. Okay, so first of all, I wanted to provide you just to very high level technical details of how actually SCA tools or software composition analysis tools, how they try to understand if we have vulnerable package inside or not. So it's very important and it's technical stuff, but sorry about it, but I need to do that. So we have two options. Option number one, we have the package like zip, like jar, like like WAR file, and we just open it. So as a tool, open it. Try to read all the packages inside and just see if this package and this version exist in the vulnerability database. It's kind of very big public database, and I can see if this package were actually registered as the vulnerable in this database. So it's option number one. As you can see, always dependency check actually doing it. It's also other vendors also. Another strategy is just to predict build manager behavior, like Maven, like PEEP, like NPM. So I'm just trying from the configuration fast, I can understand how the build manager will create my package. Okay, it's kind of prediction because I'm not sure. So I not always can be 100% sure what exact version will be on my build today, because tomorrow or yesterday it might be different version. It depends on the how I created my Maven, for example. It's kind of prediction, but the big advantage of this strategy, I can actually see who is using what component. So I can create the visibility or some kind of dependency tree of my packages. So this package use this package, use this package, use this package. I can see the visibility and I can provide a visual representation of all the dependencies in my package. In the first strategy, I cannot do that. Okay, so that's what I just said. So you can see the different visibility of the same concept. So I can see that the root problems of the root package, and maybe all the problems coming from this specific component on this specific version. So once I change it or I just fix it, I can close a lot of vulnerabilities in my project just to do one fix, one change. Okay, so where are my data? Where are my resources regarding vulnerabilities coming from? As I said, NVDCV database. It might be a vendor advisories, some kind of internal research from the different companies. Like, so I know that the SNCC has the team to do the internal research of the vulnerabilities on third parties. JFrog, X-Ray, we call it Zug system, and many others. You don't have it in the open source tools like OWASP Checker. By the way, these capabilities also not part of the. You cannot see the dependency tree or dependency visibility when you're using open source tool. Okay, so what are unregistered vulnerabilities? As I just said, so you have the big database, these known or registered vulnerabilities. Open source tools can see that. and can use it. It's the kind of NIST or MITRE supported database, global database. This all known vulnerabilities in place. But as I just said, the companies also do the research, internal research, and find things like not registered or 0 days problems, right? Just introduced, for example. We found this problem yesterday. There are no CVXs, there are not these companies are still not on the registered database. So the the solid vendors can do that, but open source tools cannot provide you this capability. But it's very important. Remediation process. Okay, this is another feature that I will suggest you to find on your vendor, on your tool. So once I know that we have problem in some package, so what can I do? I want to provide the way to my DevOps engineer to fix this problem on the semi-automation way. So just, okay, here's the problem. Okay, I can create the automatic pull request for that. Automatic pull request, or some kind of automatic pull request with manual approval. Something, but I don't want them now to think to spend a lot of time to figure out how to fix it. And that's the way to do that on different vendors. We can create the automation pull request. We will talk about it in some slides. Also, but I just forgot. You don't have remediation process on the open source solutions. Okay. Affected usage. So it's also a very important feature. So yes, maybe I have critical vulnerability now and I need to stop my build. But once I can say something like that, okay, yes, we have this package, but this package only used by the testing environment. Yes, it's in production, and it's a good question why it's in production, but okay, let's now put it aside. Yes, we have this package used by the test tools only. There are no any option to call this functionality from my code or by users. So yes, it's there, but I can say that I cannot affect it or this, or less affected by this, and I can say, okay, I will not stop the build. I can continue. It's okay. So it's a low priority for now. It's a low criticality for this build. So I can continue and I will fix it later. And it's very, very important capabilities, very important functionality to say, because it will spend a lot of time once you instead of fail the build, you can continue and say that you will fix it later. It's a huge improvement. Again, you don't have this option on the open source tools, free tools. It's only available by the paid options. Okay, so regarding the automation, pull request automation, as I said, you actually can say, okay, I can do the once I know the good version, or I know how to fix it automatically. So vendor provide me this capability. I can do automatic pull request, or I just can, as you can see here, I'll just push the button update fix per setting. And I will see the automation for the pull request for fix this problem. Again, it's not 100% correct for all languages and for all situations, but once it exists, it will help you a lot, and it will help the DevOps engineers to fix problems without thinking about what is it and how and when, etc. Artifactory registers. So it's very important to be able to stop vulnerable packages from being downloaded as part of the build process. It's one. And also, I want to continuously scan artifacts for new vulnerabilities, because new vulnerabilities might be introduced every hour, every day. And yesterday, this package were free from the vulnerabilities, and today it's suddenly introduced the new critical issues, for example. So we need option to scan our repositories continuously. So, for example, it might be daily scan. It might be scan based on the changes. Once these components changed, we automatically can run the scan. And we also want to provide the option to disable download vulnerable components from the repository automatically as part of our build process. I think almost all vendors now provide these capabilities, this feature. Again, open source tool, you will not see that. Containers and images scans. Okay, so first of all, we want to scan images and Docker files as kind of part of our CI process. And we also want to scan the running containers because, as I said, maybe we can introduce the new packages, new changes as part of the container deployment process. So again, from the DevOps engineer perspective, once I have image, and I've scanned the image and I found that the base OS, base operation system of this image is vulnerable. In most cases, as the DevOps engineer, I'm not going to change packages on Debian, for example. I need suggestion to what the correct base image I can use. So that's a very important feature. Once I can set as the vendor tool, I can provide suggestion and say, okay, you have this base image, you are using this base image, please change it to this version or to another image, and you will remove all critical and high vulnerability. So I need this suggestion to be provided to my DevOps engineers. It's very important, and not all vendors can do that. Again, open source to Canada. Okay, so now I just want to summarize and just to now to put the one slide regarding the X-ray, because I wanted to be vendors neutral as much as possible. So first of all, we need third-party composition tools analysis as part of our CI/CD process. I think you understand why. It's very important. You can add scans in different places in your process, starting from the implementation phase and also on the runtime containers. So all these steps in your CI/CD process, you can integrate software composition analysis to scan. And unfortunately, you can use open source, for example, OWASP dependency check. It's a good tool. It will provide you visibility for your third-party components, and you have critical, so high issues inside. But again, so I wanted to provide the tips for features which can help you as the DevOps engineer to do it easily and without involving security team here. But unfortunately, if you are going to use, for example, OWASP dependency check, you should involve security team, because you don't have visibility for for dependency tree. You don't have automation pull request. You cannot, you will not see the suggestion for your base OS image, and many other capabilities. For example, feature like if you really use this package, yes or no. So effective usage, you will not see there. So yes, from one side, it's something free and open source, but it's lack of many great and very useful features. So the decision is yours, but I will suggest you to, once you are now you have the very sensitive software to think about the solid solution for your third-party scanners. About the JFrog X-ray, so I just want to point you of the capabilities we just discussed and the relations to the X-ray. So the X-ray is a software composition analysis tool provided by JFrog. It's might scan a lot of technologies. So it's a universal security component analysis tools. It also provides deep layer scanning if we are talking about the complex or very for images, for example, or some kind of WAR files, which provides a lot of layers inside. It's also natively integrated with Artifactory. So as we discussed, one of the features where we scanning our repositories, continuously scanning repositories, and we prevent download malicious component from it. It's also the part of the X-ray. Recommendations or suggestions for base image of a fix for mitigations. It's also part of the X-ray. Visibility. Yeah, so we can see actually the usage of this package, or where is the kind of dependency of this vulnerable package and where we are using it. It exists on the JFrog platform. ID plugin, as we discussed at the beginning of this presentation, we can use the ID plugin in order to integrate scan to be part of the development environment itself. It's very, very small, very, very early stage in our CI process. And also some additional capabilities like ignore root. So one, I have vulnerable third-party package, but vendor of this package, for example, Tomcat, for example, Apache, still not provides the fix for this problem. So what can I do? I cannot do any action for now. I should wait. So I can create ignore rule. So this scan will, they provide me the option to continue my build, my CI/CD process. And once the fix will be exist, I will receive notification and I can fix my package later. So it's also very important feature. Okay, thank you very much. And you can contact me by LinkedIn or by email. Thank you very much to be there, and good day.
My name is Linda. I'm a program manager in Redmond, Washington. I work to ensure that we're creating and delivering value for Azure Boards users.
My name's Martin. I'm a program manager in Northern Ireland. I help connect our engineering teams to the people outside Microsoft who use our products. I get to make a difference wherever I am in the world.
Hi, I'm Martina, and I'm a Principal PM in Redmond, Washington. I'm ensuring that all of our customers have a great experience.
Hi, I'm Dipendra, and I'm a UX designer in Hyderabad.
Hi, I'm Jeff Beeler, and I'm the Director of Product Operations, and I live in the Netherlands.
I ship delightful experiences across Azure DevOps.
We work on things like security, privacy, and compliance, taking care of our customers' data.
Hi, I'm Divya Vaishnavi. I'm a program manager in Hyderabad. I love how DevOps helps breed experimentation.
What I love is that the distance between me and the customer is a click of a button away.
I help developers build the best code by providing them the best tools for testing. But the reason I love my job so much is because I get to work with the customers directly who are developers, as well as I get to solve the most complex problems.
Hi, I'm Kaushal and I'm a program manager in Hyderabad in India. I love working in DevOps because it helps us push small features very fastly to our customers, get their feedback and course correct if needed.
The impact that we bring about for the customer and the customer business value.
It allows us to get closer to our customers, really understand what they need, and to hear from them regularly.
I love seeing that the diverse groups of people who use our product every single day, and it is just simply beautiful to see.
Give me 1 minute and I'll show you how Google Kubernetes Engine can help you modernize your existing application. GKE is an enterprise-grade platform for stateful and stateless containerized apps. It offers managed Kubernetes and is comprised of a high availability control plane that Google manages and operates, nodes, which hold the pods, and your connected Google Cloud services. You can interact with it using kubectl or the Cloud Console. GKE increases developer productivity with pre-built deployment templates featuring portability and integrated tools to accelerate app development and deployment cycles. It simplifies platform operations with auto-scale, auto-upgrade, and auto-repair features. It is secure by default, including data encryption and vulnerability scanning of container images. And it supports integrated cloud monitoring with infrastructure, application, and Kubernetes-specific views. GKE can help modernize your applications, create a continuous delivery pipeline, or migrate your existing two-tier app. Next time you're thinking about modernizing your apps quickly, take a minute to look at Google Kubernetes Engine. For more info, check out cloud.google.com/Kubernetes Engine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Struggling to pick the best option for the long run? Intellia's doesn't only offer one-time bonuses and gifts, but a really good salary and a fantastic workplace. Intellia's, engineering by people.
Welcome to InfoPulse, the place where we not only get professional experience, but also make friends and share common values. And what's more, InfoPulse is about the company's top management who is on the same wavelength with everybody and knows each specialist personally. It's about victories in business and in your favorite sport. This is when you feel at home while at the office. And you can combine business with pleasure. For instance, studying foreign languages while watching films. This is when you look for ways of completing the most challenging tasks together. When you can get creative without leaving the office. Where you can find time for improving your physical and mental health. When you understand that most of the time which we spend at the office is not only about business.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for DataArt. DataArt doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to DataArt's flexibility. DataArt's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers, or from home. DataArt is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for DataArt and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join DataArt.
Young, I never needed anyone. Making love was just for fun. Those days are gone. Living alone, I think of all the friends I've known. When I dial the telephone, all by myself, don't wanna be all by myself anymore.
Greetings everyone, my name is Brian Benz. I'm a cloud advocate at Microsoft, and today I'm going to talk to you about the top ways to deliver your code to the cloud. Specifically, we're going to cover 4 things. We're going to cover an introduction to DevOps. What is DevOps? We're going to talk about the people and process and products that are involved in DevOps. We're going to give you a demo, which is actually most of this presentation, about DevOps in action. We're going to do a little A/B testing, and we're going to do a little blue-green deployments. Don't worry if you don't understand what those mean yet. I will cover them later. And we're going to talk about how you can keep your investments. So I'm going to be showing you some new tools and some new things you can use to enhance your DevOps processes that you might already have in place. And I'm actually going to show you at the end how you can plug those processes that you've already invested in into the new tools. We make it easy to do that. So let's start with a definition of what exactly DevOps is. DevOps, this is a great quote from a colleague of mine, Donovan Brown. DevOps is a union of people, process, and products to enable continuous delivery of value. And I just want to highlight the people, the process, and the products and value. Those are the things that we're going to talk about in this presentation today specifically, because the people matter. Those are the people doing things. You've got the process that needs to support the people, and then you have to have the products that support the process and people. And all of those things combined have to deliver some kind of value. Otherwise, why are you investing in any kind of DevOps process in the first place? All right, so let's talk about people, process, and products. The first thing is people. This works on my machine. Who's supporting what? Where's my code? How can I get an update? And how is the timeline that we've got here for this project? These are very common things you hear in your typical IT departments. Whenever you're delivering something, it works on my machine. I don't know why it's not working in production. Who's supporting what? We've got this issue with a piece of code. Who's really in charge of that? Where is my code? I've got some code that I just finished. Where is the code that I finished? Where's the update? Where's the old version? Where's the new version? Can I get an update on what the actual project is, where the status is right now, and how's the timeline? Are we actually delivering things on time? These are the kinds of things that people need to know. And in order to help support these questions and the kinds of things that people need to understand and know about a project at all times, you need to have really, really good processes that you can implement and run, and it makes it clear to everyone what they're supposed to be doing. So the 4 typical processes of a software development lifecycle: you've got planning, you've got development and test, you've got monitoring and learning, and of course releasing in between there. So planning, you always have to have a way of making sure whatever's been planned actually is delivered through the development and test. Make sure someone's delegated to actually be responsible for those plans, and then you want to make sure that the release happens reliably and securely. And the one thing that actually often gets overlooked is monitoring and learning. Because if you don't have monitoring and learning, how do you know that what you put in the plan and did all that effort in development and actually went through and put a release out, how do you know that it actually delivered what was expected back in stage 1 in the planning phase? So you need to have that monitor and learn so you can do that. And the best way for all of this to be done is through some sort of automated process. Now at Microsoft, we have several products that you can use for this. We've got some great tools for DevOps. For the developers, we've got GitHub, of course, Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code. Great ways to implement development, to collaborate, to do pair programming with shared sessions and all kinds of things that we have pretty cool setup for Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code. And then for delivery, we have Azure Pipelines, we have GitHub Extensions, and we have GitHub Actions as well. And I'm going to demo those in a few minutes here in a A/B test. We're going to go through and we're actually going to develop something, create a new feature, and deploy it out to production. On top of that, once again, something that shouldn't be overlooked is managing and securing your applications. So Azure Monitor is a great way to manage the performance and reliability of your applications. Make sure that they're actually delivering, that they're not literally crashing or not behaving in a way that's expected. Azure Policy is a great way to enforce policies, minimum security and minimum compliance requirements that you might have. Azure Automation is a way to automate a lot of tedious tasks that go along with management every day. And then we have the Azure Security Center, where we literally spend billions of dollars to make sure that the applications running on our cloud are secure and reliable. So let's talk a little bit more about that. How do you actually deliver things with Azure? Well, we've got several components that we can talk about today. GitHub Actions are a great way to deliver code. Obviously, most people are already aware that you can actually share code and manage code with GitHub. And then GitHub Actions are a great way to automate a lot of processing, including deployments. Azure Boards are a way to organize things as well. We've got Azure Pipelines, Azure Artifacts, and Azure Test Plans. Let's drill into each one of those. So GitHub Actions, that's the first thing I want to talk about, specifically GitHub in general. We've got actions, we've got extensions. So actions are things that run on GitHub, on servers that we call runners. They actually execute scripts that you use to automate tasks. GitHub extensions are a little bit different. If there's a GitHub marketplace you can go to, and you can find extensions that we use to actually link things together. Those are written by third parties, and you download those, so you can install them, and you can use them in various different ways. And I'm going to show you how to use one of those extensions today. Then you can integrate with Azure, and you can integrate with other clouds. We're all friends here. You can actually deliver things to our competitor clouds. If you're doing multi-cloud, it's great. We have integration through GitHub with a lot of those. And of course, we have integration with IDEs. We also have free private repos for individuals and teams. People don't know that. Actually, it was quite some time ago we implemented that. So private repos used to be a cost if you had a team. Now you can actually have free private repos for individuals and teams as well. And then we have code spaces. Code spaces is a topic unto itself, which we probably won't drill into too much here today, but it's actually a way to manage your infrastructure and set up some minimum viable images that you want your developers to work with. And the developers can actually go in and use an environment on GitHub to do their development straight from a repo. And they can actually activate actions as well. So Azure Boards is another cool thing. Azure Boards are Kanban boards, and they're just basically a way to organize and delegate tasks and manage the whole software development lifecycle as you go through it. Azure Pipelines. Azure Pipelines have actually been around for a long time before GitHub Actions, and they have a lot of features that GitHub Actions is working on implementing, but they're more robust in Azure Pipelines right now. So you can deploy on-premise to any cloud or hybrid. There are staged environment releases. There's all kinds of conditions and tests you could use. And one of the nice things is you can integrate Azure Pipelines with Azure Artifacts, which is a package manager for managing Java and other sorts of packages. And we also have Azure Test Plans, which is a way to actually create some automated test plans. And you can have a process that actually goes from a build to a test. And then if the test passes, you can either manually or automatically deploy to the next stage of your process. So it's pretty cool stuff. And I'm going to show you some of that in the demo today. Speaking of demos, let's get into it. So we're going to cover DevOps in action. We're going to cover two different things here. We've got an application. It's a really simple one. It's written in Java. It's A/B testing, which is basically trying one feature and then implementing it as another feature. And in this case, we're going to use feature flags for that. And we're going to use Azure DevOps staging environments as well, using Azure Application Service. We're also going to do some blue-green deployments, which is A/B testing is when you have one feature is some of the customers see and another feature that other customers see. Blue-green deployments are where you actually deploy things out in a staged way to some of the customers and then deploy the remainder as time goes on. So let's get right into those demos. So I'm actually going to begin at the ending today, and I'm going to show you the end result that we're going to get to. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go through and we're going to build the app from scratch through GitHub, all the way through Azure DevOps, through a build and a release. And then we're going to end up actually back where we started here at this production application that I want to show you today. All right, so if I click on this link, this is the production web app that we've built. You get this nice little white label error page because we're not at the main starting point. This is the app. Couldn't be more simple. It's a Spring app. It's a Java application that basically just has a menu, but it is connected to a feature flag via something we call the Azure App Config Manager. So let's go in and I'll show you what this actually does. So here's the application in its natural state. And what I've got is I've got a feature flag that basically triggers a new feature that will activate when I turn on the feature flag. So let's go back to our dashboard. And let's go to Feature Manager, which is our Azure App Configuration service. When I click on Feature Manager, there's a couple of different options here. I'm going to turn on the beta feature, so it updates a feature flag. Now, this could be any application across Azure as long as it's accessible to this application. But in this case, what I just did is I turned this on. Now I'm going to refresh it a couple of times. And you'll see, hopefully, there we go. You'll see this nice, wonderful new feature, which is a picture of Bit, our developer advocate mascot. And the reason I want to show you is just to illustrate how you actually make feature managers work in Azure. So you have this tool called Feature Manager, which is an Azure App Configuration service. And you can turn on and off the features through this. So the idea here is a really simple example. The idea here would be that you have a new feature you want to try out. You can literally just turn it on by going into Feature Manager. And if the feature doesn't work out, you can just turn it off again. You can also set up percentages. So percentages will actually control things like if I go in here, you can see some JSON that actually controls this. So it says half the people who go to this particular feature are going to see the old feature, half the people are going to see the new feature. But that's the idea behind feature flags. And there's a few other configurations here, but that's not what this session is all about today. This is just something we're going to be using to activate what we call an A/B test. So figuring out if users want a new feature or an old feature using a Azure DevOps and something called deployment slots as our main configuration for this. So let's go back to the dashboard. Okay, so how do we actually get here? Well, I wanted to tell you as well that all of the steps that I'm going to follow today are in a GitHub repo that I put together called DevOps for Java Shops, and we'll put the link in the show page for that. But there's different steps we're going through, and today we're actually going through exercise 4. We're going to go through exercise 4 and 5, which is Azure DevOps for CI and CD. So continuous integration, continuous deployment is where we're going to go today. And then we've got some A/B testing we're going to do as well. And the next series, the next episode in this series covers DevOps with GitHub, which we'll cover in a subsequent episode. All right, so for now, let's get going with this. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to use this repo called DevOps for Java Shops, test AB Azure DevOps. And if you want to follow along at home, all you need to do is fork this. So you can fork it to your own repo and then clone it to your local machine as well. And actually all the steps to do that, once again, are in the DevOps for Java Shops repo. Setting up all the apps and everything we need as targets for this are there as well. But let's get started. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this DevOps for Java Shops Test AB Azure DevOps. This is the code that I showed you here. This is actually the code that works with this. So that's the original code in its original state without the feature flag enabled. And this is what you get at the end. And that is in this repo. So the first thing we want to do is we actually want to set up a brand new Azure DevOps project. We're going to set up a brand new Azure DevOps organization and project to make this work. So to do that, we need to connect this GitHub repo with Azure DevOps. And to do that, if I click here on Marketplace and I search for Azure Pipelines, so Azure Pipelines is actually an app. It's a GitHub extension as opposed to a GitHub action. So we have an Azure Pipelines action down here, and this actually connects GitHub to Azure Pipelines. But that's not what we want to do today. What we want to do using an action. What we want to do is we want to use the extension that Microsoft actually wrote. So the difference here, real quick, is Azure GitHub extensions are written by third parties. They can be open source or not, and basically they're a way of connecting GitHub to third-party applications, services, clouds in this case. GitHub Actions are scripts that are written. They are run on top of these things called runners, and they basically manage all kinds of different functionality, but they're not necessarily there for connection to something. They do CI/CD fairly well, but there's a few things we want to do that GitHub Actions don't do yet. Like we want to have some manual approvals in our deployment process, and we want to have a multi-stage deployment where some tests are done in between stages. So you'll have a staging, and then you're going to have some A/B testing, and then you move things to production. That's something that's better handled by Azure Pipelines at this moment, so that's what we're going to do. So we're going to use the Azure Pipelines extension. We're going to click there. And I've already installed it. It says here, GitHub is already, you already have purchased this app on the GitHub Marketplace. It's free, but that's what it tells you. So that means that you've already downloaded it and configured it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to configure access to this. And I click on Azure Pipelines. Now I have to get my GitHub ID. Once I've entered my GitHub ID, it automatically takes me to this page, which, let me just zoom out a little bit there. There we go. Which has some permissions here and a little bit of a description of what this extension does. But I'm going to explain what it does, so we'll just skip ahead. So I can choose to have this particular extension triggered by all repositories, which would be really bad. That would mean that Azure DevOps does different things depending on what happens in all of my repositories. And I've got 100 repositories. So I don't want that to happen. So we do it on select repositories. In this case, we want to do it on DevOps for Java Shops, Test AB Azure DevOps. All right, so let's save that. What that's going to do is now we're leaving GitHub and we're actually going to enter Azure DevOps. When we go into Azure DevOps, we click on my Microsoft credentials. And it's going to take me to Azure Pipelines. So Azure Pipelines, what I want to do here, as I mentioned before, so what we're doing is we're going to integrate GitHub with Azure DevOps. Every time something happens in GitHub, we want it to trigger a Azure DevOps build and a release. But then we don't want it to release all the way out to Azure. We're going to have some manual processes to actually review and approve a deployment out to production. So let's go here and let's create a new organization. We're going to call this one dev.azure.com Reactor Day 2. Okay, gotta spell that right. Reactor Day 2. And we're going to host in Central US. Looks good. Do they have West US too? They do. Okay, we'll go for West US too because it's a little closer to where I am. And the project visibility, we're going to make it private, which means that it's just available to me. I can also make it available to anybody in my enterprise or public. Let's just make it private for now. And then we're going to do the CAPTCHA. All right, so now what it's going to do is going to take me to my DevOps organization, and it's going to analyze the code that is in that repo. That's the first thing it's going to do. Oh, wait, actually, I got to authenticate one more time just to allow my credentials on GitHub to work with Azure DevOps. This may or may not be something you see in your organization depending on your security setup. Okay, so we select a repository. In this case, so now we're in Azure DevOps. You see over on the left here, all the things I described in the slides. We want, now Azure DevOps is asking, okay, so you told GitHub what you want to do over here, but you haven't told Azure DevOps what you want to connect to yet. And what this does is actually behind the scenes sets up a webhook so that anytime there is a push to this repo, it's going to trigger a pipeline which does a build and then a release pipeline which does a release. Let's click on that. It's going to check the permissions and then it's going to do some pipeline YAML. So the pipeline YAML here actually analyzes the application and decides what it wants to do. This is just a generic, it's figured out that there's a Java project and it's given us a few basic things with a Java project. It's going to use a POM XML to actually do a build, but there's a couple extra things we want to do. And this is a good example of dev and ops working together. So if I go back into my, repo in GitHub, you'll see that I've been provided with an Azure pipeline that I can use. And in this case, provided Azure pipeline YAML here is the file we want because it's just got a couple extra steps here. Now you might have, the ops team providing these and saying, okay, this is the minimum viable YAML script that we want to use for all deployments to our app services on Azure. And the reason why we give you this is because there's some minimum security things that we need to do. There's some checking we need to do and a few other things. But in reality, all this does is add a little artifact drop here that makes it easier to do the repo. So let's go back to our pipeline. And instead of using the code that Azure DevOps came with to do this, we're going to use this code. There's one more step before we actually do the run. Because if you remember, we're using Feature Manager, there's a connection between this app and Feature Manager. And what this is going to do, it's actually going to build it. It's going to take something called a hosted agent on Azure, and it's going to run this and it's going to build it. And if it can't build completely, it will not allow us to do a release because we don't want non-working code to be released out into our resources on Azure. So the first thing we want to do is we want to connect our Azure application configuration service with this application. To do that, you set up a variable. So we're going to have a new variable, and let me get that variable for you. Variable is called app configuration connection string, and the value we're going to put in, I'm not going to tell you. All right. And you keep this value secret. That means that if you use a secret variable in a script, you must explicitly map it as an environment variable. Yeah, for this one we won't actually, but in general you want to do that. It keeps things encrypted at rest anyway, but for this, let's just save it like that. Okay, so we've got our variable in there. Now we've got our app configuration connection string, and I've got it. You know what? It's good I didn't make it a secret because there is definitely, I don't know, okay. Never mind. See that equals there? It threw me off. I don't know why it's there, but anyway, it's there now. So this should run. So what we want to do now is we want to run this. We're going to save it and we're going to run it. And basically what it should do it's going to create a hosted pipeline, and it's going to create a hosted agent that this can actually run on in a build. Okay, so it checked everything out. It looks like it's going to run, so it's actually started running. And here's our run that works here. Oops. Okay. Oh, jobs down here. Clicked in the wrong place. So what it does, it's going to check this out. It's going to check it out from GitHub, from the repo that we've connected. It's going to run some Maven. This actually takes quite a while to run the Maven. And then it runs on these things called hosted agents. So while it's running, let me show you what that is. Microsoft hosted agents. I did put a link to them somewhere here. MS hosted agents. There we go. So in the docs, it describes to you what a hosted agent is. And basically, this is a virtual machine that you can use. You borrow it. It actually runs a build, and it has several different environments you can use. So Windows Server 2019, Windows Server 2016, Ubuntu 20, 18, and 16, and Mac OS X, Mojave and Catalina. These are the hosted agents you can use. If I click on Windows Server 2019, it'll drill down and it'll tell me all of the software that actually is pre-installed on this hosted agent I can use. Now, if you need to add a piece of software that isn't here, as you can see, the list is pretty extensive. You can actually add that through some commands in your YAML file as well. But let's go back to our pipeline and see how we're doing. Okay, good. So we've checked it out. We've run the Maven package. It's published the pipeline. It's finalizing the job. And it's basically 100% one artifact produced and 100% tests passed. That's great news. Okay, so let's go back to this now. And what we can do now is we can actually create a release. So take note of this job here, 2021-05-25. So this is the job we want to use. And what we're going to do now is we're going to go into releases. So this was a successful job. It ran. Now we need to create a release. Remember, we created a brand new project here, so there's nothing here yet except that one build and that one artifact that's sitting there waiting. So the next thing we want to do is a release. So create a new release. Okay, and we're going to deploy a Java app to an Azure App Service. There's different templates, as you can see, that you can use, and this one we're going to call staging. So we've got an artifact and we've got staging. So let's add our artifact. There's different ways you could add artifact. You can go from Jenkins. I mentioned before about investment. You can go from Azure repos, GitHub, directly from GitHub. But in this case, we're going to go from an actual build that was in Azure DevOps pipelines. So the project, there's the source build. The default version could be latest. You can also you can specify a release at the time of the release creation. You can do the latest from a build branch with tags, from a specific branch with tags, a specific version, but we're just going to go latest because we only have one version anyway. But in the future, we want it to always pick up the latest version. So we go add. Now, if I want to do continuous deployment, I go here, enable continuous deployment. I can also do a pull request trigger. Instead of just a release and a successful build, it's going to be anything that comes through pull request, but we don't want to do that right now. So this is now continuous deployment. As soon as there is a successful build of the latest version of this, so any new version of this, it's going to trigger this job. So what does the job do? Let's go into staging and let's look at what the job does. In this case, there are some staging tasks that we need to take care of. Let's click on the one job and two tasks. See those little exclamation mark to tell us there's a few things we need to do. And we're going to choose my subscription. And what this does is create a connection between Azure DevOps and an app service or other things in Azure that I'm going to need for this particular deployment. Okay, what's that? Once that's done, then I've got some pre-made apps that I want to use for this. Web apps for Linux. And here they are. This is the Java Shop staging server. It's an app server, and there's a startup command I want to use, which I will paste in. So Java jar home site. This is the actual location of the file we want to use. And that is essentially what we want to do. Now we want to drill down into this deploy war to Azure App Service. And we're actually going to call it, even though we say deploy war to Azure App Service, it's going to be a jar file. Okay, and the runtime stack we're going to use is Java SE11. That's the startup command. There are also some application and configuration settings we can do. I can actually set up the configuration string that we need. Remember, we need to connect to the feature manager. But in this case, we're not going to do that. I've already set it up in the app, and I'll show you that in a minute. But once that's done, then we can actually save this and deploy it. So save. Okay. All right. So what we're going to do now is we're going to create a release. If I create a release here, let's make sure I did everything. Yeah, everything's done. So if I go create release here, it's just going to go to staging for now. And let's see what that looks like. So basically, it's going to get the latest version of the app. We're going to skip over learning what's new. I like this new graphic interface, but there is a way to do this completely with YAML. If you like that, but I like for demos to do this, and you can extract YAML from here when you're done. But I like to have the nice graphic layout just to give everybody a good picture of what's happening here. Okay, so while this is deploying, it's going to go through, it's going to deploy a bunch of stuff in staging. It went and got the application, and it's going to do a commit, it's going to do a change, it's going to use those commands that I used and deploy it out to Azure. Let's go back to our dashboard while that's running. So back to the Azure portal, and let's look at our Java Shop staging web app. Okay, so what I've done in here, if I go into configuration, this is just staging.azurewebsites.net. If I go into configuration, I mentioned that you have to connect the feature flag. So in application settings, not connection strings, in application settings, you go in and you set up that app configuration connection string, just like we did with the variables to allow it to build in the Azure pipelines. You do the same thing here in the app. Now, as I showed you before in the Azure DevOps, there's a way you can actually configure this. If it changes all the time or something, you can configure this in your Azure DevOps job as well. Or you're deploying to new pristine web apps that might not have this configured. But this is another example of dev and ops working together. So it's a great example of doing that, where the ops team will provide the app service that you need. They'll configure it the way you need it to run using the configuration and the connection string. And the dev team would put together that pipeline that allows it to deploy out to this app. But everybody knows their job. Everybody knows, the ops team knows they have to set up configuration for the server. The dev team knows they have to set up the pipelines to do the builds and releases. All right, so let's go back. That's the only thing I had to configure in this particular application to make this work. Let's go back to our release and see what happened. Okay, so it ran on release 1, deployment succeeded, and I can actually look at the logs here, and I can see it deployed, that job where it says deploy war to Azure App Service. And here's the actual link to the application. So if I click on this, this is the staging app, and I get that nice little white label error page because we know that that doesn't work, but there it is. Okay, so the welcome is there.
Now we know we set up the configuration for the feature flag, so I can turn on that feature flag, and it's going to turn it on here too. But I want to do something a little bit different here. The next thing I want to do, if we go back to Azure DevOps, close that. So we also want to put this into production. So to do that, let's go to our releases. And let's go to edit. Okay, so we've got our staging server here. I'm going to clone this, and that's going to move it. Now I want to move it to production. So instead of staging, we're going to call this production. Okay. And if I go into the one job, two tasks, web apps for Linux, I literally just choose a drop down here. Everything else stays the same. Save, okay. Back to our pipeline. So now we got staging and production, but we don't want things just to fly into from staging to production. So let's actually set up an approval. In this case, we're setting up a post-deployment approval. And this is one of the nice things about Azure DevOps is it's integrated with your identity management system for your application because it's part of Azure. So my name is in there, and I'm going to be approving this. There's also some other things you can do. I'll cover those in a minute. But this is a post-deployment approval. So the idea here is you move your artifacts to staging, you do some things in staging, maybe you have another test server as well, but you want to try out a few things, a few unit tests, maybe some integration testing here, make sure everything works, and then you want to move it to production. But the production team wants to have control over when it actually goes into production. I think that's a pretty reasonable request. So once again, you can have one person who's in charge of saying, it's done with staging, and then you have another person who says, okay, now it's okay to do it into production. So this could be staging on a Wednesday afternoon, and this could be a Friday night, because the people who put it in production on Friday night aren't developers, and they don't know any better. But they would put that in on whenever they need it to go in, according to their schedule, so the production doesn't get disrupted with a new version of this thing that goes out. I save it. Make sure and save it. Okay. So the whole save is there. Now I can do a create release. And basically what it's going to do now is it's going to ask me to go through. And when it gets to here, it's going to ask me for a manual approval. It'll send it by email, and it'll also just prompt me here as well. Now, we could finish there. We can go staging. We get a nice approval process to production. But I mentioned we want to do an A/B test. So an A/B test would basically allow some of the people to see the version that we have, and some of the people to use the older version of the site that we're building. To do that, I can clone this again, and in this time, I can change this, and I can call this Canary. So Canary deployments are where you're going to try a new feature, but you can roll it back if you want to, versus A/B testing where you're going to do one feature and another feature. It's kind of combining the two of them here. We can actually put this into production. If they like it, great. We'll put it into production. We'll put it into a half of the people who see this in production. If they like it, we're going to watch their behavior. If they like it, if the feature works as intended and the behavior works as intended of the users, and that everybody's happy with it, then we'll put it into production. So let's just change this to production again. And to do this, we're using something called a deployment slot, which I will explain in a minute. But to go into Canary, we're actually still going to go into the production web server, but we're going to go to this thing called a deployment slot. A deployment slot here is going to be production, DevOps for Java shops. Let's see, it's still in production. We want to put it in Canary, and I'll explain all of that. Will be clear in a couple of minutes here. So let's go in and let's look at our pipeline now. Everything's saved. So now we have a 3-stage pipeline. We have staging, And then we're going to do a pre-deployment approval to Canary. And then we've got another pre-deployment approval to production. So that's pretty cool. Let's start this off. Let's create a release and let's see what it does. So release 2 has been created. As you can see, it's queued, it's waiting. So while that's waiting, let's explain what deployment slots are. Let's go back to our Java shop web app, but in this time we're going to go into production. So there's different things you can do with these things called deployment slots. This is our web app deployment slots. In this case, Java Shop Production and Java Production Canary, I can actually change these. Right now, all of the traffic is going to the production version of this website. But if I want, I can set it up so 50% of the traffic goes to one version of the website and 50% of the traffic goes to the other version of the website. So I can use Feature Manager or turn on the feature, but it's only going to be on the staging server and in this deployment slot. It won't be in the final production server yet. That means half the people will see the old site, half the people will see the new site using an app service. And the reason why you want to do this, now Feature Manager, I showed you before, has a 50-50 version as well, right? So you could watch and see what people do with that, but that doesn't have a couple of things you need. In this case, sticky sessions. So for example, you might have a situation where somebody's coming in and looking at the Tailwind Traders website, and not the Tailwind Trader website, the website that we've got here for this feature, they want to stay on that one version of the website for the entire visit, for their entire session. They don't want to see another version of the website when they refresh the page. And that's what this deployment slot does. It has sticky sessions, so it makes people go to one version of the website and they stay there, versus the Feature Manager, which has a variable result depending on how many times you refresh the page. Okay, so we've got the Java Shop Production, Java Shop Canary. Let's go here. This is what the Canary, so the URL, let me back up actually, Java Shop Production. If I go to the overview here, you see this URL is javashopproduction.azurewebsites.net. Okay, that's where the actual end result of that website goes. If I go to my deployment slots, behind the scenes, this one's called JavaShop Production-Canary.azurewebsites.net. So it's a slightly different version of the website itself. And what that does, there's an internal router basically that's going to send 50% of the people there. I can go in and I could actually adjust this. So I could say, okay, looks like people are pretty happy with the 50%. Let's increase this to 70%, so I can have only 30% of the people doing production, and then Canary. Then you can go up here and you can swap these deployment slots. So it would actually swap production with Canary, and all of a sudden you're in production. Or in this case, you want to be able to roll back using Azure DevOps, so you want to be able to move from there. Okay, so staging is here. This is what an approval looks like, and I just say sure, approve. So it's a nice little graphical interface here. And what it's going to do now, this is Canary, so we're moving into the production server. No user would see this in staging, so the dev team can actually approve this. But when you're moving into Canary, some of the people, 50%, are going to be able to see this in production. So you want the ops team to be able to approve this. That's why you do the pre-deployment approval. And if you notice here, you can click on defer deployment for later, which you can't do with a post-deployment approval. And that will automatically allow this to go. So yeah, so let's go. So while that's deploying, let me just give that a second. And I will explain a little bit about some other things you can do with those gates. So if I click here again, whoops, let's go back to the actual editing of the not the release. Hold on. Mouse click malfunction. I'm blaming the equipment. That's right. Anyway, so I go into Canary here. I'm going to click on pre-deployment conditions, and we're in the edit now. So there's these things called triggers, and these things called gates. So triggers will allow you to do things like set up schedules, deployments, but gates are a little even more interesting here. Gates allow you to, if you enable them, there's several things you can do with gates to it's not showing here right now, but there's several things you can do here, like make an API call, check for some software. So you might have, for example, oh, there we go. So you can check Azure policy compliance. You can evoke an Azure functions. You can invoke a REST API, query Azure monitor alerts, and query work items. And the work items are in your Azure DevOps board, which I didn't cover here. Is a totally different topic. But basically what this allows you to do, for example, if you have a third-party tool that checks for compliance with open source modules or software, you can invoke a REST API to that tool, and that tool can return a score or a yay or nay and allow you to continue from there. I don't want to change anything right now, so let's just do that. Let's go into our release 2. And you can see it succeeded going to Canary. And now if I want to move this to production, I can actually approve this, and I can defer the deployment to later, but I'm just going to say approve. And it's actually going to go out and approve. It's actually going to go out and deploy that based on my approval and do that. But as I mentioned before, you can also do automatic approvals through staging or Canary or any of those others as well. So that's just a quick recap of how that works. Let's go back to our DevOps release. All right. So production succeeded. I would have to set up, there we go. So it's working in production, but only in production. Anyway, so let's go back in for the final part of this demo. I turn on the feature manager. And in this case, turn on my beta string. So there you go. There you go. So that's the new feature with bits sitting there.
All right, so that's the demo. Let's just move on. I did mention one other thing I was going to tell you, then I'm going to wrap up with some links. I told you could keep your investments. So, you know, this is the software development lifecycle that I showed you earlier with plan and track, develop and test, and some releases and monitoring and learning. What we've got here is a bunch of different vendors and tools and technologies and open source communities that we work with. We have engineers at Microsoft that works with all of these, Chef, Jenkins, Eclipse, IntelliJ, Python, Node, Java, you can read them here. But basically the whole idea here is you can keep all these investments, and we have ways in Azure DevOps and GitHub Actions to integrate with all of those tools and technologies in a way that makes it seamless. So if you've already invested a ton of money in Jenkins, great. You can do builds in Jenkins, and then you can pass that off to Azure DevOps and have Azure DevOps do a staged deployment and test for you. And that's just one example of the kinds of things you can do. All right, so let's get going with some, we talked about what is DevOps, people, process, and products, demos, and then we talked about keeping your investments. I just want to wrap up with some links here. Everything DevOps at Microsoft can be found at aka.ms/DevOps Resource Center. And we also have docs.com. If you go there, you can see quick starts and reference materials. aka.ms/Azure DevOps Docs gives you all the documentation that we have. I hope that was useful, and please do ask questions. I know we have a Q&A session at the end of this presentation, and I'll be available for questions as well.
name's Linda. I'm a program manager in Redmond, Washington. I work to ensure that we're creating and delivering value for Azure Boards users.
My name's Martin. I'm a program manager in Northern Ireland. I help connect our engineering teams to the people outside Microsoft who use our products. I get to make a difference wherever I am in the world.
Hi, I'm Martina, and I'm a principal PM in Redmond, Washington. I'm ensuring that all of our customers have a great experience.
Hi, I'm Dipendra, and I'm a UX designer in Hyderabad.
Hi, I'm Jeff Beeler, and I'm the Director of Product Operations, and I live in the Netherlands.
I ship delightful experiences across Azure DevOps.
We work on things like security, privacy, and compliance, taking care of our customers' data.
Hi, I'm Divya Vaishnavi. I'm a program manager in Hyderabad. I love how DevOps helps breed experimentation.
What I love is that the distance between me and the customer is a click of a button away.
I help developers build the best code by providing them the best tools for testing. But the reason I love my job so much is because I get to work with the customers directly who are developers, as well as I get to solve the most complex problems.
Hi, I'm Kaushal and I'm a program manager in Hyderabad in India. I love working in DevOps because it helps us push small features very fastly to our customers, get their feedback and course correct if needed.
The impact that we bring about for the customer and the customer business value.
It allows us to get closer to our customers, really understand what they need, and to hear from them regularly.
I love seeing that the diverse groups of people who use our product every single day, and it is just simply beautiful to see.
Give me 1 minute and I'll show you how Google Kubernetes Engine can help you modernize your existing application. GKE is an enterprise-grade platform for stateful and stateless containerized apps. It offers managed Kubernetes and is comprised of a high availability control plane that Google manages and operates, nodes, which hold the pods, and your connected Google Cloud services. You can interact with it using kubectl or the Cloud Console. GKE increases developer productivity with pre-built deployment templates featuring portability and integrated tools to accelerate app development and deployment cycles. It simplifies platform operations with auto-scale, auto-upgrade, and auto-repair features. It is secure by default, including data encryption and vulnerability scanning of container images. And it supports integrated cloud monitoring with infrastructure, application, and Kubernetes-specific views. GKE can help modernize your applications, create a continuous delivery pipeline, or migrate your existing two-tier app. Next time you're thinking about modernizing your apps quickly, take a minute to look at Google Kubernetes Engine. For more info, check out cloud.google.com/Kubernetes Engine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Struggling to pick the best option for the long run? Intellia's doesn't only offer one-time bonuses and gifts, but a really good salary and a fantastic workplace. Intellia's, engineering by people.
Welcome to InfoPulse, the place where we not only get professional experience, but also make friends and share common values. And what's more, InfoPulse is about the company's top management who is on the same wavelength with everybody and knows each specialist personally. It's about victories in business and in your favorite sport. This is when you feel at home while at the office. And you can combine business with pleasure. For instance, studying foreign languages while watching films. This is when you look for ways of completing the most challenging tasks together. When you can get creative without leaving the office. Where you can find time for improving your physical and mental health. When you understand that most of the time which we spend at the office is not only about business.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for DataArt. DataArt doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to DataArt's flexibility. DataArt's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers, or from home. DataArt is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for DataArt and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join DataArt.
When I was young, I never needed anyone. Making love was just for fun. Those days are gone. Living alone, I think of all the friends I've known. When I dial the telephone
My name's Linda. I'm a program manager in Redmond, Washington. I work to ensure that we're creating and delivering value for Azure Boards users.
My name's Martin. I'm a program manager in Northern Ireland. I help connect our engineering teams to the people outside Microsoft who use our products. I get to make a difference wherever I am in the world.
Hi, I'm Martina, and I'm a principal PM in Redmond, Washington. I'm ensuring that all of our customers have a great experience.
Hi, I'm Dipendra, and I'm a UX designer in Hyderabad.
Hi, I'm Jeff Beeler, and I'm the Director of Product Operations, and I live in the Netherlands.
I share delightful experiences across Azure DevOps.
We work on things like security, privacy, and compliance, taking care of our customers' data.
Hi, I'm Divya Vaishnavi. I'm a program manager in Hyderabad. I love how DevOps helps breed experimentation.
What I love is that the distance between me and the customer is a click of a button away.
I help developers build the best code by providing them the best tools for testing. But the reason I love my job so much is because I get to work with the customers directly who are developers, as well as I get to solve the most complex problems.
Hi, I'm Kaushal and I'm a program manager in Hyderabad in India. I love working in DevOps because it helps us push small features very fastly to our customers, get their feedback and course correct if needed.
The impact that we bring about for the customer and the customer business value.
It allows us to get closer to our customers, really understand what they need, and to hear from them regularly.
I love seeing that the diverse groups of people who use our product every single day, and it is just simply beautiful to see.
Give me 1 minute and I'll show you how Google Kubernetes Engine can help you modernize your existing application. GKE is an enterprise-grade platform for stateful and stateless containerized apps. It offers managed Kubernetes and is comprised of a high availability control plane that Google manages and operates, nodes, which hold the pods, and your connected Google Cloud services. You can interact with it using kubectl or the Cloud Console. GKE increases developer productivity with pre-built deployment templates featuring portability and integrated tools to accelerate app development and deployment cycles. It simplifies platform operations with auto-scale, auto-upgrade, and auto-repair features. It is secure by default, including data encryption and vulnerability scanning of container images, and it supports integrated cloud monitoring with infrastructure, application, and Kubernetes-specific views. GKE can help modernize your applications, create a continuous delivery pipeline, or migrate your existing two-tier app. Next time you're thinking about modernizing your apps quickly, take a minute to look at Google Kubernetes Engine. For more info, check out cloud.google.com/Kubernetes Engine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Struggling to pick the best option for the long run? Intellias doesn't only offer one-time bonuses and gifts, but a really good salary and a fantastic workplace. Intellias, engineering by people.
Welcome to InfoPulse, the place where we not only get professional experience, but also make friends and share common values. And what's more, InfoPulse is about the company's top management who is on the same wavelength with everybody and knows each specialist personally. It's about victories in business and in your favorite sport. This is when you feel at home while at the office. And you can combine business with pleasure. For instance, studying foreign languages while watching films. This is when you look for ways of completing the most challenging tasks together. When you can get creative without leaving the office. Where you can find time for improving your physical and mental health. When you understand that most of the time which we spend at the office is not only about business.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for DataArt. DataArt doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to DataArt's flexibility. DataArt's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers, or from home. DataArt is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for DataArt and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join DataArt.
Young, I never needed anyone. Making love was just for fun. Those days gone. Living alone, I think of all the friends I've known. When I dial the telephone, all by myself, don't wanna be all by myself anymore.
My name's Linda. I'm a program manager in Redmond, Washington. I work to ensure that we're creating and delivering value for Azure Boards users.
My name's Martin. I'm a program manager in Northern Ireland. I help connect our engineering teams to the people outside Microsoft who use our products. I get to make a difference wherever I am in the world.
Hi, I'm Martina, and I'm a principal PM in Redmond, Washington. I'm ensuring that all of our customers have a great experience.
Hi, I'm Dipendra, and I'm a UX designer in Hyderabad.
Hi, I'm Jeff Beeler, and I'm the Director of Product Operations, and I live in the Netherlands.
I ship delightful experiences across Azure DevOps.
We work on things like security, privacy, and compliance, taking care of our customers' data.
Hi, I'm Divya Vaishnavi. I'm a program manager in Hyderabad. I love how DevOps helps breed experimentation.
What I love is that the distance between me and the customer is a click of a button away.
I help developers build the best code by providing them the best tools for testing. But the reason I love my job so much is because I get to work with the customers directly who are developers, as well as I get to solve the most complex problems.
Hi, I'm Kaushal and I'm a program manager in Hyderabad in India. I love working in DevOps because it helps us push small features very fastly to our customers, get their feedback and course correct if needed.
The impact that we bring about for the customer and the customer business value.
It allows us to get closer to our customers, really understand what they need, and to hear from them regularly.
I love seeing that the diverse groups of people who use our product every single day, and it is just simply beautiful to see.
Give me 1 minute and I'll show you how Google Kubernetes Engine can help you modernize your existing application. GKE is an enterprise-grade platform for stateful and stateless containerized apps. It offers managed Kubernetes and is comprised of a high-availability control plane that Google manages and operates, nodes, which hold the pods, and your connected Google Cloud services. You can interact with it using kubectl or the Cloud Console. GKE increases developer productivity with pre-built deployment templates featuring portability and integrated tools to accelerate app development and deployment cycles. It simplifies platform operations with auto-scale, auto-upgrade, and auto-repair features. It is secure by default, including data encryption and vulnerability scanning of container images. And it supports integrated cloud monitoring with infrastructure, application, and Kubernetes-specific views. GKE can help modernize your applications, create a continuous delivery pipeline, or migrate your existing two-tier app. Next time you're thinking about modernizing your apps quickly, take a minute to look at Google Kubernetes Engine. For more info, check out cloud.google.com/Kubernetes Engine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Struggling to pick the best option for the long run? Intellias doesn't only offer one-time bonuses and gifts, but a really good salary and a fantastic workplace. Intellias, engineering by people.
Welcome to InfoPulse, the place where we not only get professional experience, but also make friends and share common values. And what's more, InfoPulse is about the company's top management who is on the same wavelength with everybody and knows each specialist personally. It's about victories in business and in your favorite sport. This is when you feel at home while at the office. And you can combine business with pleasure. For instance, studying foreign languages while watching films. This is when you look for ways of completing the most challenging tasks together. When you can get creative without leaving the office. Where you can find time for improving your physical and mental health. When you understand that most of the time which we spend at the office is not only about business.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for DataArt. DataArt doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to DataArt's flexibility. DataArt's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers, or from home. DataArt is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for DataArt and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join DataArt.
Young, I never needed anyone. Making love was just for fun. Those days are gone. Living alone, I think of all the friends I've known. I dial the telephone. All by myself. Don't wanna be all by myself anymore.
My name's Linda. I'm a program manager in Redmond, Washington. I work to ensure that we're creating and delivering value for Azure Boards users.
My name's Martin. I'm a program manager in Northern Ireland. I help connect our engineering teams to the people outside Microsoft who use our products. I get to make a difference wherever I am in the world.
Hi, I'm Martina, and I'm a principal PM in Redmond, Washington. I'm ensuring that all of our customers have a great experience.
Hi, I'm Dipendra, and I'm a UX designer in Hyderabad.
Hi, I'm Jeff Beeler, and I'm the Director of Product Operations, and I live in the Netherlands.
I ship delightful experiences across Azure DevOps.
We work on things like security, privacy, and compliance, taking care of our customers' data.
Hi, I'm Divya Vaishnavi. I'm a program manager in Hyderabad. I love how DevOps helps breed experimentation.
What I love is that the distance between me and the customer is a click of a button away.
I help developers build the best code by providing them the best tools for testing. But the reason I love my job so much is because I get to work with the customers directly who are developers, as well as I get to solve the most complex problems.
Hi, I'm Kaushal and I'm a program manager in Hyderabad in India. I love working in DevOps because it helps us push small features very fastly to our customers, get their feedback and course correct if needed.
The impact that we bring about for the customer and the customer business value.
It allows us to get closer to our customers, really understand what they need, and to hear from them regularly.
I love seeing that the diverse groups of people who use our product every single day, and it is just simply beautiful to see.
Give me 1 minute and I'll show you how Google Kubernetes Engine can help you modernize your existing application. GKE is an enterprise-grade platform for stateful and stateless containerized apps. It offers managed Kubernetes and is comprised of a high-availability control plane that Google manages and operates, nodes, which hold the pods, and your connected Google Cloud services. You can interact with it using kubectl or the Cloud Console. GKE increases developer productivity with pre-built deployment templates featuring portability and integrated tools to accelerate app development and deployment cycles. It simplifies platform operations with auto-scale, auto-upgrade, and auto-repair features. It is secure by default, including data encryption and vulnerability scanning of container images, and it supports integrated cloud monitoring with infrastructure, application, and Kubernetes-specific views. GKE can help modernize your applications, create a continuous delivery pipeline, or migrate your existing two-tier app. Next time you're thinking about modernizing your apps quickly, take a minute to look at Google Kubernetes Engine. For more info, check out cloud.google.com/Kubernetes Engine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Struggling to pick the best option for the long run? Intellia's doesn't only offer one-time bonuses and gifts, but a really good salary and a fantastic workplace. Intellia's, engineering by people.
Welcome to InfoPulse, the place where we not only get professional experience, but also make friends and share common values. And what's more, InfoPulse is about the company's top management who is on the same wavelength with everybody and knows each specialist personally. It's about victories in business and in your favorite sport. This is when you feel at home while at the office. And you can combine business with pleasure. For instance, studying foreign languages while watching films. This is when you look for ways of completing the most challenging tasks together. When you can get creative without leaving the office. Where you can find time for improving your physical and mental health. When you understand that most of the time which we spend at the office is not only about business.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for DataArt. DataArt doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to DataArt's flexibility. DataArt's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers, or from home. DataArt is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for DataArt and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join DataArt.
When I was young, I never needed anyone. Making love was just for fun.
Hello, everyone. Today, we'll talk about cloud and open source and why those are better together. Now, let me start by asking you, if you hear cloud and open source, what are you really thinking about? And if you've been following the press over the last year or two, you may have heard various statements out there, such as cloud is killing open source as we know it, words like cloud vendors are strip mining open source, or just take and give nothing back to open source communities, and what number of companies had no choice but to abandon open source licenses in order to survive. Now, is that really so? In this presentation, we'll cover a variety of topics, but also we'll attempt to investigate those claims and also help you to take a pragmatic approach about using open source and the cloud together. But before that, let's review the history of the open source software and the open source movement briefly. I think few people realize what in the early days of modern computing, the software was actually open source, sort of. Open source term was not used at the time, but software and hardware were bundled, and the value was in the hardware, not software. The source code was shipped with the early software because a lot of folks who were adopting those early computing technologies were early adopters, and they really could help vendors to modify the code to fix bugs or add functionality they needed. And the changes were really openly shared according to academic principle of sharing the knowledge. Now, as computing evolved and developed in the 70s, we had IBM as a dominating player in this hardware and software ecosystem. And in US, there was an antitrust lawsuit against IBM. And one of the things they have done is unbundled software from hardware. That meant now, instead of buying a hardware and getting software free, you would be charged for software separately, and which would allow other vendors to create software and make some money on it. Another important thing which happened at the time is computer software became a copyrightable item. Right? It's hard to believe now, but before that, computer software was not on the list of things you could claim copyright for. So it was not protected from things like copying without permission and so on and so forth. With those two things, the multi-billion-dollar software industry was created, and proprietary software became a major class of intellectual properties. Now, as we fast forward to the late 80s and the early 90s, that is where you see the free software and later open source software core terms start to be used. Richard Stallman, showed on this picture, was one of the leaders of the romantic open source software, as I would call it. Their open source software was seen mainly as a way to make the world a better place, right? Rather than, just to make a lot of money. And open source software, for one reason or another, proved to be quite successful model. So much what in 2000 we have no one but Steve Ballmer, the CEO of Microsoft at that time, compared Linux to cancer, right? Seeing, I guess, that as a threat to Microsoft. And I think that is in particular interesting to compare that to the situation now, roughly 20 years later, when Microsoft is going on open source, and then actually the same Linux is being the most widely adopted operating system on Azure, the Microsoft Cloud. Also, in 2000s, we have some of the big acquisitions. We have Sun to acquire MySQL for $1 billion. That was a phenomenal success for open source company, which showed what open source business models could scale. Because before that, Red Hat was pretty much the only kind of outlier and exception of a company which could do a real business in open source. The $1 billion, what took Sun to acquire MySQL, of course, now looks as a relatively small money than database companies of this day, such as public open source database companies of this day, such as Elastic and MongoDB, has a valuation of excess of $10 billion. I think the next important involvement was with open source value being understood by the business, and especially by the larger enterprise, and that created the open source approach, where a lot of businesses would see, hey, open source is great, and let's make sure we lead our companies, our IT teams, to make sure they use open source as a first choice. Of course, when you think about the business and the enterprises, the open source as idea was not why they would embrace open source. They would really think about the open source as a lower cost, short-term and long-term, as well as other competitive advantages. And indeed, open source software generally offers direct lower costs, as well as it really is the preference of many developers, especially the good ones, because the open source really provides you fantastic community, as well as ability to look inside, to learn and understand it, as well as to fix it if you need to, which proprietary software cannot offer. That leads to better productivity, faster innovation, and of course, as a purely cost-driven or cost issue, avoiding vendor lock-in, which open source software provides, is a wonderful benefit for a business. Now, of course, as open source get itself as a preferred way of preferred license for especially infrastructure software, we have a new generation of open source companies created. Those were not founders which had romantic ideals and say, hey, you know what, we'll just do the open source because that's good, because that's right, but because the open source is how you can make money. A lot of those founders went to venture capital and raised the money. And with that, we had this responsibility, first and foremost, to grow fast and provide the high returns, rather than all that romantic notions of being helpful to the world at large. Now, if you think about those fellows, they really took the attractive messaging the open source provide and mix it with the general business principles, right? Build monopoly, avoid commoditization, increase stickiness, build anti-competitive modes, and so on and so forth. And I think what is interesting, what those really tend to go in conflict in many cases with traditional kind of romantic open source software values on building together and sharing the fruits of the innovation. With that, number of not quite open source software was born. We have an open core, open source eventually, such as business source license. We have number of shared source licenses, or also many cloud vendors market their software as open source compatible, right? Using open or open source in the name, but not really providing all the open source value. And I think this is interesting what the benefits and drawbacks that provides. At one extent, from one side, we have really a lot higher pace of innovation we've had with that high level of investments, and that includes even truly open source software as well. But at the same time, this kind of open source software often does not provide all the values truly open source software provide. And even more, in certain cases, it confuses people, which may think that such bastardized open source is really the true open source and there is no difference. Let's switch to the 2010s. That is where we see a lot of the rise of the cloud. The AWS was founded 2006, but I think it's only in 2010 and later, which it really has become de facto standard and started to change the relationship with open source. Cloud and open source relationship is different because I think cloud brings unique challenges and opportunities for open source software. If you think about the opportunities, is cloud allows really people to deploy the infrastructure much faster and easier. And really that provides much easier access to technology where you can potentially run the open source software at. And really cloud vendors simplifying the open source software make that much more adoption easier, and the open source communities may benefit from that. Though open source companies may not particularly so. Number of companies, MySQL included, has been relying on the GPL as a protection from somebody being able to just take their software, package it under commercial license and monetize it. But GPL doesn't protect you from being able to package software in a cloud because you do not distribute it. And that is how a number of open source businesses are being forced to evolve and rethink the approach to business. I think this is very interesting to compare two very different communities in this space. If you think, for example, PostgreSQL community, they have been very much embracing cloud vendors. You have Amazon, RDS, Postgres, Heroku, Google Cloud SQL, you name it. That is wonderful. That means now we have PostgreSQL community has an extra choice, which is easier and has a lower barrier to entry. Isn't that wonderful? That will grow community, and sure it does. If you think about MongoDB, for example, they have been very much concerned about those vendors and even changed the license from open source AGPL to non-open source SSPL to ensure what Amazon cannot make their cake. Because obviously they are first and most concerned about MongoDB preferability, right, as a company, and then needs of community. Another thing to remember is these words. Martin Mikus, and if you don't know, Martin was a CEO of MySQL at the time it was sold to Sun Microsystem. And at the time, I actually worked at MySQL many years ago. And what he used to say is what open source is not a business model. Well, if open source is not the business model, what is it? Well, you can think about open source as a licensing model, as distribution model, even as a marketing model, but open source on its own doesn't really tell anything about how are you going to make money, right? So open source can be based around open source, but it is not open source itself. Now the cloud impact, as we see, is really forces the evolution of a business models, what companies developing open source used to use, right? The things like reliance on GPL and some of the service businesses, they do not really play very well with cloud or substantially disrupted to the cloud. But I think that is quite common in our industry if you think too. I found one of the interesting comparison would be to compare that to the music industry, right? And if you remember, a couple of decades ago, the music industry was making money by selling cassettes and then CDs in the stores, right? That was a main revenue source for the industry, right? Fast forward, we transitioned from selling albums to single track downloads, and then more recently streaming. Yeah, sorry, I got a typo on the slide here. And that really forced a lot of changes in the music industry, right? And it's at one point in time, a lot of music artists were very concerned whether we will be able to make money in this new reality. But then as things adjusted, a lot of them embraced the new business model and can be quite successful. Another thing I think which is very interesting in the cloud is great rebundling. Remember I said what IBM unbundled software from hardware, right? Now we are bundling that back together. And what that happens, that means your software costs are pretty much invisible. And that means there is no more zero price effect, on which I think the open source have been really relied as one of the factors of its success, right? Because right now, if I go to the cloud vendor and if I spin up the instance, right, and that's, let's say, instance alone, I pay so many cents or dollars an hour. And if I spin it up with some proprietary software, it just will be slightly different price, right? It's not like, well, if I even have to go and spend a lot of money buying Oracle in addition to buying my server, or I just can go and use Postgres absolutely free of charge. Another thing which is different in the cloud is what the open source in the cloud tends to be much easier to use than do-it-yourself open source solution. And I think we are all suckers for that kind of simplicity. So with that, of course, many folks prefer to use the open source as packaged by the cloud vendors versus rolling your own. Now, with all of that overview, let's see what things we just have to accept, right? Because, well, they are going to happen. One, if you look at the major enterprises, major cloud vendors, they are focuses on maximizing their revenue and profits. And they will do that using all the tools or on their disposal, including leveraging the open source software in a way which is maximally attractive to them, right? I don't think that should be surprise to anyone what the folks are doing that. Frankly, even before the cloud, you can see a lot of vendors using open source for the advantage of and without giving much back. Think about a lot of devices which are being shipped, ranging from your wireless router to various other devices. Often would, just include bunch of Linux software, right, proprietary device, including open source software that didn't have to pay anything back. So that is not a new problem. That is a different new take on the same problem. Another thing which I think is sobering to understand is that the cloud vendors, they have a huge economy of scale and cost advantage in many cases, and also upper hand on providing easy to use solutions and do that faster than you possibly can. Well, let me explain what that means. So let's say if you as a vendor want to build alternative to Amazon RDS, but it's still a third party. The first problem is, of course, what you do not have access to all the internal APIs. So it's hard to build a seamless integration as Amazon itself is able to do, right? You can only to use APIs they choose to give to you, and they may not give you as much as they're able to use themselves. The second thing is what their Amazon price in their service, right? Their true cost is actually how much it costs them to run the hardware. But for you, if you're basing your cloud solution on the Amazon, you would have to pay their retail prices. Well, maybe some negotiated discount, right? That puts you in a significant disadvantage. Not to mention, of course, amount of resources they have in invest in those solutions. The next one, though, I think is quite interesting and a positive. So as commoditization stage happens, the open source software tends to catch up, right? What do I mean here? Well, if you think about every market, the first innovation happens quite fast, and then it's kind of slows down, and then you have things becoming commodity. Think about cars, for example, right? Cars as a powertrain and everything, well, let alone electric cars, right, didn't change that dramatically in the last 5-10 years, right? Compare that to the pace of innovation in the cloud industry, for example. And at large extent, they are kind of commodity if you look at the self as ability to move people between their, stuff, right, between locations. Right, that is what we see as a commodity, and that means there is a wide solutions which can be used for a variety of needs. Let's look at some example what already happened in the industry. With operating systems, I think that is the most glaring example. I remember getting in the Linux space in early 2000s, late 90s, and Linux was a joke. Solaris guys, SPUX guys, and so they would laugh at Linux. Oh, that is a joke operating system, cannot even handle files more than 2 GB in size. But guess what? Now, 20 years later, Linux is absolutely dominant player, and it's really replaced other server-grade operating systems. If you look at the databases, of course, Oracle is still Oracle, but if you look at the new application being developed, we are finding the open source databases such as PostgreSQL are good enough for vast majority applications, and they are able to replace Oracle. In the cloud, we have started with a proprietary vendors such as Amazon, who built out a very powerful and diverse proprietary plans for them, but now it is being replaced by Kubernetes and cloud native ecosystem. And in this regard, we have I listed them from somewhere where we can see disruption is kind of almost complete. Kind of Linux is dominating player right now. open source databases are there, but I think the proprietary database still have entrenched in certain of cases. And the cloud is the newest technology, which is just still being disrupted. You can also think about this from this standpoint. Some of you may remember in 2000s, there was a lot of hype and a lot of development on ASP.NET, right? The platform from Microsoft offering you productivity and so on and so forth, right? Proprietary platform. Well, guess what, right? Now we have ecosystems for programming languages like a Python or Go and others have been developed good enough or offering their same, if not better, productivity, and it's open source programming languages platforms which are the most valuable. Now we have cloud, the fair proprietary platform, but at the same time we can see the open source platforms are catching up. Especially, I think the Cloud Native Computing Foundation really deserves their the note here. And you can see where the Amazon value is saying, hey, you log in with a cloud vendor, we make it for you their easiest, frictionless, as long as you use our proprietary solution. The cloud native, they give you freedom to run anywhere, use open source, use on any cloud, using cloud as commodity, and have a choice of vendors. And actually what you can see probably from this menu, there is a lot of solutions which are operating under cloud native foundation umbrella, probably even more than Amazon Web Services. Many of them are not yet as mature, frictionless, or easy to use as Amazon stuff, but it is getting there. Now, another thing I think is interesting with the cloud is this image, which I pulled on from archives, and that is how Amazon used to market their cloud in 2000s. They would compare cloud to electricity, saying, hey, we all buy electricity. We're not running our own generators. But I think what is interesting of electricity is it is utility, where depending on where you live, you either have it as a commodity and may have, you know, choice of vendors, or at least it's regulated as utilities. So the local monopoly cannot skin you alive, right? Well, with that, of course, then the cloud vendors pivoted and really said something like, well, we have now a proprietary electricity. So if you want to buy the TV set, it will only work if you buy electricity from us, right? Well, doesn't make much sense, does it? So a thing you should recognize here is that if a cloud, you actually have a choice how you are going to use it. You can really choose a way of serfdom, then you jump into all those proprietary cloud solution, or way of freedom, where you use cloud as commodity and really use the open source on the cloud. Now, I am focusing here on Kubernetes. That is de facto the most mature, most commonly used API. But actually, there are some other APIs which may exist, which you may use to avoid cloud lock-in. For example, Terraform is another technology I have seen people using quite successful. If you're using open source in this case, I think that also gives you advantage what you are avoiding vendor lock-in, and you have also opportunity to support the truly open source vendors and participate in open source innovation yourself, as working on those projects and making them better and more suitable on your needs. Another thing to talk about cloud is cloud costs, right? There is a lot of discussions about how expensive cloud is really getting. And in many large enterprises, cloud costs are a lot growing a lot faster than revenue growth. And increasingly, the top level management starts to think how that can be contained. But even if you say, well, my cloud vendor is kind of nice and it's not very expensive, costs are not a problem for me right now, you should learn what is typically the enterprise playbook and how that can apply to the cloud. Typically, as you enter in the new market, you want to make sure your solution is no-brainer to choose, right? In a lot of cases, especially in modern venture capital funded markets, companies focus on growth, not profit. Then they create proprietary differentiation and ensure it is adopted as broadly as possible. And then this adoption happens and lock-in created, then you can focus on growing profits through price leverage, right? Well, basically extracting more money from the same customer. Another interesting thing to consider is this. A lot of the vendors we're working with, these are large private, public companies, and they really, to be in a good shape, they have a pressure to show substantial revenue growth year after year. In the early days, when you have a small portion of the market, you can just get more and more customers, right? You may actually even double number of customers you have or more every year. But the problem is, as you have essentially everybody using your solution, you cannot grow by growing number of customers. You have to satisfy your hunger by extracting more money from the customers, and that's the pain creates. Why I point that out is because the clouds are quickly reaching the saturation point. Almost everybody, at least in some countries, have already moved large portion of their workloads to the cloud, and there is not less and less kind of that a new business every year. Now we have an interesting a history lesson in this case. Now, many of us know Oracle as a company which really offers very expensive database and other stuff, and has a very sales team with very kind of sharp elbows. But that is not how Oracle has started. Oracle used to save its customers from IBM hardware lock in the mainframe computers. They were kind of good guys until they achieved substantial market dominance to start to exercise their price leverage and have situations where you have nowhere to run. Now, I already spoke also about their cloud vendors, which often use open source compatible as a reason why you can use their software. You have to understand how that term is really used and what that means. That is pretty much one-way compatibility. Or you can think about that as a Hotel California, and is this kind of famous song where that is a place where you can easily check in, but it's very hard to check out, right? So clouds very much focus on very easy to move from the open source technologies you self-provision to the cloud, but not so much on making it easy to move back. Now, I believe what in the end, nobody wants to be the hostage. And if you can avoid the situation where you have a vendor lock-in, you should really do that. Okay, with that, let's talk about where we may be going from here. Now, one thing I think it's worth to note is what we should not fall in a single answer policy, right? It should not say, hey, you know what everybody in this world will coalesce on just one solution, which will see everybody. And we can see over time, in many cases, there are a number of solutions. Like think, for example, on desktop, right? Well, you know what? Many people run Windows on desktop, many run Macs, you know, some run Linux, right? And it doesn't seem like we will have one of those or some other player just completely wiping it off, right? Or think about, I don't know, Android versus iPhone in the marketplace, and so on and so forth, right? In many cases, there is multiple solutions which will continue exist depending on what is valuable to use. Now, if you think about the cloud, I believe what will have a continued move to the cloud. I wouldn't say what will have all workloads move to the cloud. In many cases, it makes sense to keep workloads on-prem for a variety of reasons. I think especially interesting in this case is an edge computing, where people say, well, you know what, if you speak about some, you know, factories in remote areas and what's not, right, we just want them to be able to operate independently based on like network connection to some cloud and what's not, right, and that has a lot of value. I believe the cloud vendors will increasingly be pushed into the proprietary cloud solutions, because from their standpoint, they do not want to be commodity. You want them to be commodity, they don't. And with that, really, if you think about suggestions cloud are going to be making is use as much of that unique proprietary solution as possible. At the same time, I think there is going to be continue grow powerful and useful, easy to use, cloud agnostic, both software, open source and proprietary solutions, right? This kind of area of multi-cloud, hybrid cloud is not open source. That is a very attractive business with a lot of a proprietary vendor also going out there. If you look at the open source, we can see multiple paths being explored. And I see where you're going to have a lot of vendors which are going to continue move toward that proprietary licenses for cloud defense. We probably will also have those folks try to redefine the term of open source, right? Like think about that attempt of MongoDB to make their non-open source proprietary license or open source license. Or there was also this interesting effort by Redis Labs to add the commons clause to the Apache license, right, to make it look, it's kind of almost as good as an open source. So far, I think those effort has failed, but also I am worried what number of young developers may not really understand what true open source is all about, and there may be more of a kind of inflation of a term. At the same time, we also see some vendors which are doubling down on open source and really using that as a competitive advantage to polarize them compared to the other vendors. In this case, I think in particular, it is interesting of success, some foundation or community-driven open source. You know, think about some of the most famous open source projects, such as Linux, or Kubernetes, or PostgreSQL, I already mentioned. They are not controlled by the single vendor. And while there are a lot of vendors which are building proprietary solutions or variety semi-open source software around those, there is the strong core open source project which is being developed, and I think that trend will continue. So what is going to happen with cloud vendors and their support for open source. We have to understand those when it comes to the cloud, they support open source for strategic reasons, not for some ideological reasons because open source is great. I mentioned Microsoft already, right? I mean, where Microsoft has a strategy of Windows competing with Linux, right? Of course, it's kind of really made sense for them to call Linux cancer and do all the way things to restrict Linux adoption. Now, when the game is played in the cloud, right, and you are looking for Microsoft, right, and you are looking to get more workloads, it makes sense for them to support open source, right? And we can see that with either GitHub purchase / investment, right, or all other kind of really supporting the open source right now. Amazon is also very interesting in this case, right? You can see on one extent, we have some proprietary technologies like extending PostgreSQL, making PostgreSQL Aurora, and not releasing any changes, right? But at the same time, they have built open source projects such as Firecracker, or more recently, pick up a fight with Elastic, and their Elastic changed the license to non-open source. Amazon actually forked it as open source, right, and continued developed under open source license. Well, in all of those cases, you can see some strategic reasons to do the open source in some cases and not do it in others. And I don't think that is going to change, and we should expect that. So let me finish by simplifying that to some single takeaway. So if you think about the cloud, I believe for vast majority of workloads, cloud has won because it really have convenience, agility, gives us that easy button and removes a lot of friction. At the same time, I think more and more people recognizes what software vendor lock-in sucks, and it didn't became better in the cloud. It still sucks, and that is where the open source comes to the rescue, as it always did in the past. With that, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
My name's Linda. I'm a program manager in Redmond, Washington. I work to ensure that we're creating and delivering value for Azure Boards users.
My name's Martin. I'm a program manager in Northern Ireland. I help connect our engineering teams to the people outside Microsoft who use our products. I get to make a difference wherever I am in the world.
Hi, I'm Martina, and I'm a Principal PM in Redmond, Washington. I'm ensuring that all of our customers have a great experience.
Hi, I'm Dipendra, and I'm a UX designer in Hyderabad.
Hi, I'm Jeff Beeler, and I'm the Director of Product Operations, and I live in the Netherlands.
I ship delightful experiences across Azure DevOps.
We work on things like security, privacy, and compliance, taking care of our customers' data.
Hi, I'm Divya Vaishnavi. I'm a program manager in Hyderabad. I love how DevOps helps breed experimentation.
What I love is that the distance between me and the customer is a click of a button away.
I help developers build the best code by providing them the best tools for testing. But the reason I love my job so much is because I get to work with the customers directly who are developers, as well as I get to solve the most complex problems.
Hi, I'm Kaushal and I'm a program manager in Hyderabad in India. I love working in DevOps because it helps us push small features very fastly to our customers, get their feedback and course correct if needed.
The impact that we bring about for the customer and the customer business value.
It allows us to get closer to our customers, really understand what they need, and to hear from them regularly.
I love seeing that the diverse groups of people who use our product every single day, and it is just simply beautiful to see.
Give me 1 minute and I'll show you how Google Kubernetes Engine can help you modernize your existing application. GKE is an enterprise-grade platform for stateful and stateless containerized apps. It offers managed Kubernetes and is comprised of a high-availability control plane that Google manages and operates, nodes, which hold the pods, and your connected Google Cloud services. You can interact with it using kubectl or the Cloud Console. GKE increases developer productivity with pre-built deployment templates featuring portability and integrated tools to accelerate app development and deployment cycles. It simplifies platform operations with auto-scale, auto-upgrade, and auto-repair features. It is secure by default, including data encryption and vulnerability scanning of container images, and it supports integrated cloud monitoring with infrastructure, application, and Kubernetes-specific views. GKE can help modernize your applications, create a continuous delivery pipeline, or migrate your existing two-tier app. Next time you're thinking about modernizing your apps quickly, take a minute to look at Google Kubernetes Engine. For more info, check out cloud.google.com/Kubernetes Engine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Struggling to pick the best option for the long run? Intellia's doesn't only offer one-time bonuses and gifts, but a really good salary and a fantastic workplace. Intellia's, engineering by people.
Welcome to InfoPulse, the place where we not only get professional experience, but also make friends and share common values. And what's more, InfoPulse is about the company's top management who is on the same wavelength with everybody and knows each specialist personally. It's about victories in business and in your favorite sport. This is when you feel at home while at the office. And you can combine business with pleasure. For instance, studying foreign languages while watching films. This is when you look for ways of completing the most challenging tasks together. When you can get creative without leaving the office. Where you can find time for improving your physical and mental health. When you understand that most of the time which we spend at the office is not only about business.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for DataArt. DataArt doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to DataArt's flexibility. DataArt's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers, or from home. DataArt is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for DataArt and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join DataArt.
Young, I never needed anyone. Making love was just for fun. Those days are gone. Living alone, I think of all the friends I've known. I dial the telephone. All by myself. Don't wanna be all by myself anymore.
Hi everyone, my name is Lat Kurmas, and today I would like to share with you a couple of tips and tricks which can be extremely useful and help your life a little bit easier from software development perspective. Before we jump into our presentation today, just a couple of words about myself. More than 2 decades in software development, I had a chance to work in different domains using the different tech stacks. Main focus during last years is to help teams build a painless, smooth development ecosystem, so we can focus more on solving real-world issues and not struggling with SDLC itself. Where I see myself in a couple of years, definitely blockchain domain and especially smart contract. We have a pretty simple agenda. I have just a couple of slides with high-level concepts, and then I want to jump into demo and show you how to put all these pieces together. And before we start, let me initiate deployment procedure. This is something we will need during our demo. Okay, let's back to the presentation. From my perspective, this is brilliant description for what we want from our continuous integration, testing, delivery, and deployment and operation. And but unfortunately, in the real world, it will be sometimes even impossible, expensive, or very difficult to achieve such level of automation. But the main point here is that when you make any decision, even any small decision, it's better that the decision will be aligned with this motto. In this case, you can be confident that you are moving in the right direction. First point I want to discuss, this release model, why we really distinguishing release model from branching model, and also this 90 plus 1 plus 9 plus 1 rule, which help us to utilize our development workforce effectively. This diagram represents one release cycle. Horizontal line represents time, and vertical line shows which version we want to work on in any specific period of time or point of time. So let's start from the left part of the graph. Point 1. Let's say that we successfully delivered September version 2021.9.0, and as you can see, 99% of our developers can start working on the next release. In this case, this is October release, and point 2 describe the situation. But we are in production and we will definitely receive escalation, and point 3 describes the situation. So in this case, we need to borrow or deploy a new environment, deploy the version production, confirm bug, provide fix, run regression test, and deploy new version. Yeah. In our case, it will be push 1 for September version. So in this case, our team should be able to work simultaneously on the 2 versions. Meanwhile, when we work on our October release, it's better to start releasing the drops. Drop just small releases. Usually we deliver it every 2-3 days, and it's enough time to fix bugs from previous drop and implement new features. So every 2-3 days our QA team can start over and validate provided drop. Point 4, critical point for our release. And this, at this point you need to say, okay guys, this is feature set which we completed, and we definitely will spill over other uncompleted features, and you will need to explicitly split your team in 2 parts. As you can see, 90% of your developers can start working on November release, but 9% should be able to work in CAB mode. CAB mode stands for Change Advisory Board. The main goal here, step by step, make your version more stable. And as you can see, you will also release again these small versions, but we use a different name for this, release candidates, but idea is the same. You step by step add and more stability into your version. But don't forget, we are in production, and point 5 highlights the situation. So again, we have push 1 for September version, and what we need to do, we need to do the same exercise we did for point 3. Deploy, borrow, deploy new environment, deploy version in production, confirm bug, provide fix, and deploy this version in production. So in this particular point of time, your team should be able to work simultaneously on 3 versions. Okay, let's say we are moving into end of the release and was successfully passed all quality certification steps. And in point 6, we are ready to deliver our October version, and we just close the loop. Point 6 is the same as point 1, and we can start over and deliver next version. So this particular diagram uses 1 month as a release cycle, but it fully depends on your project, even different stages of your project. This optimal release time can be different. Yeah, it will be 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, and then even more when your project will more and more mature, and you will have more and more end-to-end test, automated end-to-end test, good pass rate, good coverage. You can shrink this time and, for example, deliver version production every 2 weeks, for example. Explicitly or implicitly, our software product lives in this 4-dimensional space, when configuration space, when we have version, environments, parameters, and values for these parameters. And this picture tries to put all these pieces together and shows the relations here. The main outcome here is that you should be able to deploy any version into any environment and using the combination, any combination of your parameters for your specific project. Maybe this is most philosophical slide, but this it has some deep connection with what we are doing on a daily basis. So in our world, nothing can appear from void. Yeah, you need to do something, and then you will get the results. That is why we move in this simplified 2-dimensional space, when we act and then we get results. So you could not just jump from point 1 from point 2 on this diagram. You need to do something, and this is the same for any domain. But from my perspective, the key characteristic of software development is that some activity, which we mark this as a process, they are very dynamic and like a fluid. For example, you don't see that the gravity direction change very much. Yeah, but in software development world, it's the case. You can wake up, new framework, new deprecation, new fancy worlds, new providers. And that's why it's at additional internal complexity into software development. So we also not only developing and covering requests from business domain, yeah, and we also fighting with internal complexity. And this is pretty much which can describe why software development is really a complex process. So from this diagram, as I said, we're not moving from point 1 to point 2. No, we move from point A to point B. And every time if someone says to you, okay, let's don't use Terraform, just create infrastructure by clicking the user interface. It could be a case, but everybody should realize that this is agile-ish approach, and immediately you are creating technical debt. Later on, it will be very, very difficult to redo it, rebuild it, because you will be building something on top of the solution. On the flip side, if you are sell that you need to spend some time refactoring some code or inject new tool set in your software development process, you should understand that you are losing the time, and you are moving not directly to the result point. Accelerators. So this is something which we use internally here in customer times. In other words, this is MVP, minimal valuable products. But the key difference is that they should be enterprise grade. Yeah, you want to use it and just pick up as a product, inject into new project, and use without any additional configuration. It's not something that you can use as a pitch and then throw it out when you get foundings. Another key part, we want to have our accelerators, our best practices in source at source code level. Yeah, it's always good to have some kind of presentations or Confluence page, but it's better to put all these ideas into source code. So as I said, we can very simply use it. And what you can see here is some simple diagram how we connect all our accelerators and real project repository. So at the left side, you see a simplified version of it, and at the right side, I put here 4 accelerators. First of all, accelerators for documentation. We use this approach also to manage architecture documentation for our project. For any new project, we just inject it and use this skeleton to store functional requirements, diagrams, and so on and so forth. There are also 2 additional accelerators for Node.js application for backend and React application, but the main actor here is accelerator clouds. This is what we will focus on during our demo. Yeah, I will show it how we do it during the demo, but the main idea, once we start our new project, we inject all these accelerators using the Git subtree. It's a very powerful tool. And as I said, yeah, the main actor here is now our cloud agnostic application. So why do we need it? First of all, as a service company, we are receiving a lot of requests from different domains, and also our customers want to use different combinations of technologies. Yeah, this is why we have to be truly cloud agnostic and provide uniform, smooth experience using the 3 major cloud provider. And as I said, also combination of different React, Angular, .NET, Go, and so on and so forth. This cloud agnostic accelerator helps us, as I showed previously, very quickly bootstrap a project. So from the day 1, we can start setting up our environments, even if we have only 1 landing page and some test backend endpoint. Usually for infrastructure as a code and using the Terraform, you can see approach when you have modules folder and also set of folders which represents different environments, and you just inject or link source code from modules folder into your environment folders. We're using a little bit different approach, OSI-like structure, when we have a set of different layers. And the main idea here, we don't want to have any possibility, to make our environments different from each other, because there's a lot of the source from the source of the pain. So this is simplified version. As I said, we have a layered structure, and also internally they act like a nested doll. As part of our cloud agnostic accelerator, we provide a lot of code inside managed at network layers, because this is which can be very it can be very simply reused for different type of projects. For app layer, we just provide some small pieces of code which can be reused, and also if you build multi-tenant application, this is definitely absolutely application specific, and we do not provide any scripts here, because this is, as I said, fully application specific. So we already jump into demo. What I want to show you today is how we can use monorepo approach for microservices based project. Also how cloud agnostic accelerator can help us, and also how we can uniformly manage CI/CD requirement for this particular case for Jenkins and Azure DevOps, but it can be very simply extended to GitLab or GitHub Actions. Okay, let's say we are, part of PepsiCo company and we want to start our new project. So let's create. Okay, we need to create an empty repository and configure user. User email. Okay, we are good. So let's start from the some key configuration here. First of all, you will definitely need gitignore file and also .env template file. This file will represent a set of environment variables every developer and CI system should define, and it's absolutely dev environment specific, maybe with some default parameters. The next part, version file. This is very simple file, but why do we want to have it? It just store exact version for your current code base. Usually you may use a branch name for this, but what to do if you are in detached head or you create just a local branch? And that's why we always want to explicitly have this file. And plus, all our scripts can read information from this file and use it during Docker build, Docker push, and also configuring all aspects, for example, for Helm installation, for Helm scripts. Okay, and two files which are environment specific, .env file, of course. So every developer, he or she checkout repository should provide some additional variables, and context file. This is also a very simple file, and it's describe to which environments you want to connect. Yeah, and this is fully based on naming convention you have on your project, but in our case it could be CI environment, dev 03, UIT 01, UIT 01, and so on and so forth. So also our scripts read all this information and then use it during execution. So it's guarantees that you are connecting to exact environment you want to be connected to. Okay, let's make our first commit. Okay, let's include. Okay, I will show you how to include 3 accelerators, one cloud agnostic and one for front end and one for back end. Okay. Okay, what we are doing here, we are just injecting external repository with Accelerator Cloud's source code as sub-tree into our project. So, okay. 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 Same this. I need another subtree. This will be, sorry for this. It will be for our front end part. Okay. Let's commit. This will be front. And another part is for backend. Okay, what we have right now. At current moment we have one accelerator which will be used for our front end based on React. We also have additional subtree which will be handle our infrastructure scripts based on Terraform, and also one of the services for API, just for demo purpose. Okay, so everything fine. We are ready. We put all pieces together. Okay, let me copy a couple of additional scripts here. Okay, the next step. Different accelerators will require different third-party components, and what I need to do, one approach, I just need to read documentation and install all the software. But just imagine that you are working on a set of projects and they will require, for example, different version of Java or different version of kubectl or Terraform. Yeah, some of the ecosystem has their own solution for this problem, like node version management. We can use alternatives and so on and so forth. But there is no some umbrella solution for this problem. So we are using the project Talon. This is the story for another day, but in a nutshell, Talon allow you to create fully isolated developed environment, and it also cross-platform and transparent, and allow you to do the same to create the same build process for dev environment and for CI. I will show also in a minute. So let's check these files and see. Okay, for our root project, what we want to have, we want to see AWS CLI, we want to connect to AWS, we need also kubectl, we want to connect to our Kubernetes cluster using the command line tool, and also we need Azure CLI. Let's check what we need for our infrastructure. Since we are using our accelerator is based on Terraform, yeah, we recently switched for version 1, so we need this software to be installed. Let's check front-end part. Okay, our front-end part requires Node 16, so guys bump this version and it should be installed locally. Okay, let's check what we have in services. As you can see, we need to use a different version for to build our component. But okay, Talon can handle it without any issues. Okay, let's open. So what we can do here, just run prerequisite scripts. So these scripts will go one by one and check all our components internally and read this configuration file and also deploy those components and then run init for our Node.js application. So let's give it a try. Okay, to save us a little bit of time, I ran this before, so it will just confirm that necessary components was installed already. At current moment, yeah, it's initiate run npm init for our front end and for backend. Okay, we are good. Let's check it. So Talon will install all third-party components locally. Yeah, it will not affect or update any of your internal configuration. For example, if you have Java 8 installed, yeah, and your project required Java 11 or Java 16, yeah, it will be installed locally and connected to the project. Yeah, once environment cleanup is very simple. You just delete this root folder with your project, and your system is clear. So let's just check it. And based on this information, as you can see, we need specific version for AWS CLI. We have the same for Kubernetes specific version. This version will be connected. The same for Azure CLI, but for Node.js. If you recall, two different accelerators requires different version of Node.js, and yes, this will be installed and properly connected to the corresponding components. And of course, Terraform version 1.1. Yeah. Okay, the next one. Let me open. Good. What I want to show you here, how to run these accelerators locally. Talon server content. Just run React application in debug mode, in developer mode. Let me open and show you. Okay, yeah, this is minimal viable template accelerator. It's contains some basic functionality you want to have in your application. Yeah. It fully depends on what you want to have as part of your accelerators. And let me do the same for services. Services API. This is backend. Microservice from the backend. Let's check working point. Yeah, as you can see, it works. Get return information about our API version 1. Okay, so as I said, we can immediately start developing our software. And another feature I want to show you that using this Talon, we also first of all our accelerators are Dockerized, so you can very simply build Docker containers. So let me show you how you can do it. I will not build Docker images, but just run it in the dry run mode. Yeah, first of all, this build command will utilize all environment variable we already provided, yeah, front end, and also will read specific version from the version file, yeah, use registry we provided, and also push it. So once you connect all these pieces together, you just need only one actor, container registry, and you're ready to build, push, and then deploy your ecosystem. And plus, I want to show you how Talon helps us to create some uniform CI/CD I will use, for example, Jenkins and Azure DevOps pipeline. As you can see, locally I use pretty much only Talon command, and we can reuse it at the CI side also. So in most cases, yeah, we do not change very much our Jenkins files, because all complexity, they are part of Talon scripts. So if, for example, you are switching your and need to bump Java version from 8 to 11, yeah, you can do it locally, update Talon scripts, test it, commit it, yeah, and CI system using the Jenkins and using the Talon will deploy specific corresponding correct version of Java, and will be used during the build process. Well, you can see this one, all Talon commands. And this is pretty much the same for Azure DevOps. You can see different format, different ideas how to implement CI/CD, but from Talon perspective, the operation actions will be the same. So I prefer to think about CI like a silly developer who just can push button and build everything. But all other actions should be the same. So you should be able to do anything from a local machine and from CI system in the same way. Okay, so as I said, we are good to go, and at current moment we are ready to deploy our infrastructure. So let me show you. I will, if you recall, yeah, I initiate deployment right before our meeting started, and because it takes some time. But once you configure everything, you just can run this command, and in dry run mode, it will just go one by one and check all the layers and just initiate Terraform commands. Okay, oh yeah, as you can see, this is for AWS and this is for Azure. Yeah, let's check what we have. Name. Okay, and as you can see, the name of our project is DevOps stage, and our environment is dev01. Yeah, so changing these variables and content of the files, you can create any number of environments. And let's see what we have in Azure DevOps. Also, yeah, we're using the resource groups here, and what you can see that, yeah, we also deploy our network infrastructure, also Kubernetes cluster, also Bastion here using the native Azure DevOps items for Azure DevOps. So yeah, this is pretty much it for a demo. And I just have a couple of slides. Okay, what is next? Talon is already in open source area, so you can find it GitHub, npm, so give it a try. And we also plan to release our cloud agnostic accelerator as part of open source community, and it will provide uniform experience from Azure, AWS, and Google Cloud. So this is it from my side, and thank you very much for your time. See you soon. Bye.
My name's Linda. I'm a program manager in Redmond, Washington. I work to ensure that we're creating and delivering value for Azure Boards users.
My name's Martin. I'm a program manager in Northern Ireland. I help connect our engineering teams to the people outside Microsoft who use our products. I get to make a difference wherever I am in the world.
Hi, I'm Martina, and I'm a principal PM in Redmond, Washington. I'm ensuring that all of our customers have a great experience.
Hi, I'm Dipendra, and I'm a UX designer in Hyderabad.
Hi, I'm Jeff Beeler, and I'm the Director of Product Operations, and I live in the Netherlands.
I ship delightful experiences across Azure DevOps.
We work on things like security, privacy, and compliance, taking care of our customers' data.
Hi, I'm Divya Vaishnavi. I'm a program manager in Hyderabad. I love how DevOps helps breed experimentation.
What I love is that the distance between me and the customer is a click of a button away.
I help developers build the best code by providing them the best tools for testing. But the reason I love my job so much is because I get to work with the customers directly who are developers, as well as I get to solve the most complex problems.
Hi, I'm Kaushal and I'm a program manager in Hyderabad in India. I love working in DevOps because it helps us push small features very fastly to our customers, get their feedback and course correct if needed.
The impact that we bring about for the customer and the customer business value.
It allows us to get closer to our customers, really understand what they need, and to hear from them regularly.
I love seeing that the diverse groups of people who use our product every single day, and it is just simply beautiful to see.
Give me 1 minute and I'll show you how Google Kubernetes Engine can help you modernize your existing application. GKE is an enterprise-grade platform for stateful and stateless containerized apps. It offers managed Kubernetes and is comprised of a high-availability control plane that Google manages and operates, nodes, which hold the pods, and your connected Google Cloud services. You can interact with it using kubectl or the Cloud Console. GKE increases developer productivity with pre-built deployment templates featuring portability and integrated tools to accelerate app development and deployment cycles. It simplifies platform operations with auto-scale, auto-upgrade, and auto-repair features. It is secure by default, including data encryption and vulnerability scanning of container images. And it supports integrated cloud monitoring with infrastructure, application, and Kubernetes-specific views. GKE can help modernize your applications, create a continuous delivery pipeline, or migrate your existing two-tier app. Next time you're thinking about modernizing your apps quickly, take a minute to look at Google Kubernetes Engine. For more info, check out cloud.google.com/Kubernetes Engine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Struggling to pick the best option for the long run? Intellias doesn't only offer one-time bonuses and gifts, but a really good salary and a fantastic workplace. Intellias, engineering by people.
Welcome to InfoPulse, the place where we not only get professional experience, but also make friends and share common values. And what's more, InfoPulse is about the company's top management who is on the same wavelength with everybody and knows each specialist personally. It's about victories in business and in your favorite sport. This is when you feel at home while at the office. And you can combine business with pleasure. For instance, studying foreign languages while watching films. This is when you look for ways of completing the most challenging tasks together. When you can get creative without leaving the office. Where you can find time for improving your physical and mental health. When you understand that most of the time which we spend at the office is not only about business.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for DataArt. DataArt doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to DataArt's flexibility. DataArt's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers, or from home. DataArt is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for DataArt and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join DataArt.
I never needed anyone. Making love was just for fun. Those days are gone. Living alone, I think of all the friends I've known. When I dial the telephone, all by myself, don't wanna be all by myself anymore.
name's Linda. I'm a program manager in Redmond, Washington. I work to ensure that we're creating and delivering value for Azure Boards users.
My name's Martin. I'm a program manager in Northern Ireland. I help connect our engineering teams to the people outside Microsoft who use our products. I get to make a difference wherever I am in the world.
Hi, I'm Martina, and I'm a Principal PM in Redmond, Washington. I'm ensuring that all of our customers have a great experience.
Hi, I'm Dipendra, and I'm a UX designer in Hyderabad.
Hi, I'm Jeff Beeler, and I'm the Director of Product Operations, and I live in the Netherlands.
I ship delightful experiences across Azure DevOps.
We work on things like security, privacy, and compliance, taking care of our customers' data.
Hi, I'm Divya Vaishnavi. I'm a program manager in Hyderabad. I love how DevOps helps breed experimentation.
What I love is that the distance between me and the customer is a click of a button away.
I help developers build the best code by providing them the best tools for testing. But the reason I love my job so much is because I get to work with the customers directly who are developers, as well as I get to solve the most complex problems.
Hi, I'm Kaushal and I'm a program manager in Hyderabad in India. I love working in DevOps because it helps us push small features very fastly to our customers, get their feedback and course correct if needed.
The impact that we bring about for the customer and the customer business value.
It allows us to get closer to our customers, really understand what they need, and to hear from them regularly.
I love seeing that the diverse groups of people who use our product every single day, and it is just simply beautiful to see.
Give me 1 minute and I'll show you how Google Kubernetes Engine can help you modernize your existing application. GKE is an enterprise-grade platform for stateful and stateless containerized apps. It offers managed Kubernetes and is comprised of a high availability control plane that Google manages and operates, nodes, which hold the pods, and your connected Google Cloud services. You can interact with it using kubectl or the Cloud Console. GKE increases developer productivity with pre-built deployment templates featuring portability and integrated tools to accelerate app development and deployment cycles. It simplifies platform operations with auto-scale, auto-upgrade, and auto-repair features. It is secure by default, including data encryption and vulnerability scanning of container images. And it supports integrated cloud monitoring with infrastructure, application, and Kubernetes-specific views. GKE can help modernize your applications, create a continuous delivery pipeline, or migrate your existing two-tier app. Next time you're thinking about modernizing your apps quickly, take a minute to look at Google Kubernetes Engine. For more info, check out cloud.google.com/Kubernetes Engine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Sergey Kalines from Parimatch Tech here, and today I want to talk about the tooling for DevOps. This session is about CLI tools. It's primarily intended for junior and mid DevOps, but it might be useful for senior guys, especially for those guys who collected their tool belt years ago and don't try to find anything new. And the idea of this talk is to provide you with thoughts and ideas how you can actually spending less time doing more work. Because if you get your job done faster, you will have more time for doing some really funny stuff, for doing some creative work, and so on. And also, I think that this is very important to have a fun doing the job. And tool belt, modern and cool tool belt, is essential for this. Because if you have some obsolete, non-cool tools, hardly you will get fun from your job. Okay, so let's move to the set of tools that I personally use and I can recommend to everyone. First question is, what terminal to choose? And the answer is choose whatever you want. Personally, I use iTerm2. However, I try not to use it built-in features like different key combinations, some automation tasks, layouts, and so on. I prefer to use another tool for this. And the advantage of this approach is that you can use this with any terminal. So basically, you don't have any vendor lock. Today, I'm sitting on Mac and I'm using iTerm. Tomorrow, I can switch to some Linux machine and use another terminal there. But with my tool set, I can get almost the same experience everywhere. And the first thing that allows me to get this smooth everywhere experience is Tmux. Tmux actually is terminal multiplexer, and the idea is pretty simple. Idea is to split your one terminal window into different areas to create multiple sessions, windows, panes, switch between them, store them, and so on. So this is what it does. It basically takes one physical window and breaks it into multiple one. I can show you how it works. So right now I'm in my terminal. To run Tmux, we use Tmux command and new session. We'll give it a name demo. Okay, now we are in our session named demo. We can create another pane. Basically, we can divide our screen into two halves. We can split either horizontally or vertically. Let's split it horizontally. We have a special key combinations for doing this, and Tmux has a lot of different key combinations. I'm using it for years. However, I don't think that I'm using at least 50 or 60% of it. So right now we have two panes, and basically we can execute different commands. We can go to different directories in each of them and do whatever we want. Usual workflow for me is to open some editor from on the top and to execute some command below. Yeah, like this. So we can change the size of our panes. We can see our session. Session is demo. It contains of one window, and window contains of two panes. We can switch to any of these. We can maximize if needed, switch between them. We can make a window from a pane. So Right now we have one window. However, we can click some magic buttons and our pane becomes another window. And we can do whatever we want, switch to last, to previous, by number, and so on. This is very convenient if you are working on some project and need, for example, to modify some files. Like I use it when I develop some Kubernetes manifest. I'm working on it and I don't want to apply manually my changes. So in one window, I'm running actually Vim with my files. And in another window, I'm running some utility that watches the changes on these files and apply that automatically. Usually this is Nodemon. It's very cool thing from Node.js, but you can use whatever you want. And if you're doing programming, then probably your programming framework already has some utility. For .NET, it's .NET Watch. For Node.js, it's NPM and so on. So yeah, you can get like IDE experience just in one single terminal. So I don't use any tabs, whatever. I just create multiple sessions, multiple windows within sessions, and I can add this window. I can save this layout, restore it. Sometimes it even lives across reboots. So yeah, Tmax is a cool thing, and I recommend you using it. Next question is, what shell should I use? Of course, the default is Bash. However, I think that nowadays we have better alternatives than Bash, and my personal choice is Z shell. I haven't tried other shells, to be honest. I tried Z shell and I'm completely satisfied. This is shell that has some improvements over Bash. Basically, it allows you to type less commands and do things faster. It has a very cool thing named Oh My Z Shell. This is a framework for configuring Z Shell. It has very, very huge list of different things that changes everywhere, from colors to the prompt to layout and so on. And also it has tons of plugins for almost everything. I mainly use plugins to add autocompletion for tools that I'm using. So there are different ways to install autocompletion for things like kubectl, or maybe Git, or maybe whatever. And this shell provides a very convenient option when you just need to add one line to configuration, and this autocompletion will appear almost instantly. Let's see how it looks. Basically, we already can see how it looks. You can see my prompt. My prompt is 2 lines, has size of 2 lines. This is very essential for me because I don't like when I have, for example, some long path, and this long path will take all the space from my command in a regular prompt, and I have only very, very narrow space where I can type the command. I cannot see it whole. 2 lines prompt completely solves this problem. We can see that I'm on Mac, I am at home directory, and I'm using the Kubernetes cluster named Docker Desktop. This is my kubectl is connected to. Also, if I would use some other tools, it might detect when you are currently connected. Yeah, that's very convenient, very nice, and very, very cool. Also, the color scheme is good. I spent some time trying to find some color scheme that was fine for me. Usually I don't like to spend hours configuring stuff, trying to find fonts, colors, some combinations or config options that would work for me. Instead, I like to find some defaults and things made out of the box. And on my Z shell plus theme named Powerline 10K did all the job. So I highly recommend it for quick start to get really nicely look terminal, and you will have very nice feeling when you work with it. It's really just a good thing. Okay, so shell is clear. Next tool, maybe the most important for me, is Vim. I think that every DevOps should know Vim. At least you need to know how to exit it. Otherwise, you could stuck there forever, like 2.5 million people asking this question on Stack Overflow. But jokes aside, Vim is essential for DevOps, not because it just it's installed on maybe on every Linux or Mac installation, but the other reason why it's essential is because its key bindings, so basically key combinations, are used in many other tools in Unix or Linux ecosystem. Tmax that I showed you previously, it supports key bindings from Vim. Also, things like less, different pages, man documentation viewer, they all also support key navigation from Vim. So you just need to know it. Also, there is a possibility to install extension for Chrome. It's called Vimium, and it also adds Vim shortcuts to navigate through Chrome. So you can just scroll page up and down, open links, find text, and do it everything without your hands leaving the keyboard. So you don't need mouse at all. And this is, I think, rather cool. Vim itself deserves a separate session, so I won't be talking much more about it, but you definitely need to know it. Next thing from what you definitely need to know is Git. Of course, as a DevOps, you will probably set up some CI/CD stuff. Most likely your teams are using Git already, and also GitOps. Well, to do GitOps, you need to know Git. But I can propose one more use case for Git. It's when you need to make changes on some server that doesn't have any GitOps stuff or that doesn't have any CI/CD. So there are some servers installed years ago by some guy who just SSH to it, made some configuration changes, like he changed, I don't know, Nginx config, installed some PHP, something else, restarted daemons, and here we go. So we got working server, and when we need to make changes there, one important thing is making backups. So we need to make sure that our changes, we will be able to revert them back if things go crazy. One common approach is to create backup copies, just copy files to some other directory. Then in case of some catastrophe, we can just rewrite them back. However, more convenient way would be just to create a new Git repository in the directory where we are going to make changes, then commit all the files at the first commit, and after that we can just do our changes. At any time we can revert changes back using Git. We can also push our updated config to some Git repository, and then we can just make some pull and GitOps if we will update files on the server, and some cron job will just fetch changes once per minute or whatever. And yeah, in this case, Git could help us to make changes on some old crazy stuff in safe way. This is good. Next in my list is very nice, small, and useful utility called TLDR. This is too long, didn't read. Usually this acronym is used when we got some huge amount of text and we just need to read it through to understand something simple. And when you have a question about how some utility works, you can refer to documentation. Back in times when we didn't have any internet, Google, whatever, developers of Unix and then Linux created a lot of documentation that is available by man command, and everyone knows that man has very comprehensive. This is very cool description of most of the commands, and the authors of these utilities were not only great programmers, they also were great technical writers. I enjoy reading documentation, but there is one problem. When I need to find an answer to some specific case, I probably don't need to read the whole documentation. For me, it would be faster to Google it to find some Stack Overflow answer, and that's it. And TLDR is basically doing this job. It provides just short summary for some command. For example, we have a ls command. If we open man ls, we can see a lot of stuff, right? It's nice, all options there, but it's really hard to grasp it at once. Instead, by the way, noted that I'm using :q. This is an exit command from Vim. This is back to my advice to learn Vim. If we have TLDR ls, we will get this short summary how we can use this command. So yeah, this is really good. We will be using this command during today's session to see different options. Remember it. Next thing is FZF. This is Fuzzy Finder. What it does? Well, it finds content in lists. List could be list of files, list of commands, list of anything else. And Fuzzy Finder finds very fast everything that we need. Okay, let's see how it works. So we have, let's go. By the way, right now I am using cd command to change my directory, but in Z shell you probably don't need to do it. So instead of using cd, you could write just work demos and it will switch. The same is true for back. And also, if you need to go one level down, you can use 2 dots. And if you need to get 2 levels, not down, up, 2 levels up, you will use 3 dots, 4, and so on. So right now, if I execute the command containing all 3 dots, I will get to my home directory. This is very cool. Okay, but back to our fuzzy search. With fuzzy searcher, fuzzy finder, we can click Ctrl-T and get a lot of files. Basically, currently we see that they are in indexing. So it finds all the files in my directory and nested directories, and we can search through them. For example, I can find some README. Yeah, and I've got a lot of them. So I can use any of this. Usually the scenario is when you open some directory and you know that somewhere inside that directory there is a file, you know its name, but you don't know the path, and you want to open it in Vim. What you do is just type V, then Ctrl-T, readme, yeah, like Kafka examples, readme. Okay, here we go. Another use case is when you want to get to the directory with this file. In this case, you type cdf. This is extension to fzf, and again you type. It was Kafka, right? Kafka readme. That's it. And I changed my directory to the location where this file is situated. This tool integrates into Vim, into other things. You can use it to find Git branches. There are a lot of different plugins built on top of it, so it definitely worth checking, and it saves a lot of time. Next command is very cool. I cannot pronounce its name. Maybe maybe I can. I'm not sure. So basically, this command reflects your emotion when you type something wrong and you're just not happy with that. Like this. I have a keyboard from MacBook with butterfly switches, and after some time, some keys get repeated without my intention. So I made a typo here, but if I say this word, it will try to fix my error. It just analyzes the history and finds some good candidates, so you can read how it works on GitHub. I don't remember the details, but sometimes it works like a magic. The most useful use case for me is when you are locating on you are staying in Git repository. You create some branch. Let's check out, or I can GCO. This is a plugin to the shell. It basically adds some aliases around Git commands. So instead of Git checkout, I'm use GCO and some new branch. I do some work and I want to push it. I tell Git push. However, Git complains that I need to type additional stuff. I don't want to do it. I could actually copy this stuff. And if I am using Tmax, I click some combination, just one, yeah, and I can put it here. But I will show you how I can troubleshoot this with this wonderful utility. It will try to fix my error. However, the first option that it proposes to me is not what I want. I need to switch to the next one, and in this case it will be correct. Now if I click enter, it will try to push stuff. I cannot push because it's not my repository. Anyway, so this is a known issue in the implementation, and they have fixed it but haven't released it yet. But there is a workaround. The workaround, I googled it. So we need to do this export thing. Again, I was using FZF right now to find the command from a history. I prepared to this talk, so yeah, this command is in my life. in my history, I execute this command. Let's try it again. Let's clear the desktop. And right now we see this command just a fast option. You can find another usages, so it supports very huge list of utilities, and it's really fun to use it in your work. For example, clear. Let's try. Yeah, you can see magic. I like magic. Next thing is Z. Z basically allows you not to remember the location of your frequently visited places, but just use Z and type the part of the path, and it will try to get you there. For example, I have a folder or directory named health article. Yeah, it will find it. Down again. So it works. It's also time saver that doesn't need you to remember different paths. So you know your projects, and you can go to any of these by just using its name or part of the name. Very, very cool thing. Next in our list is RG. This is a replacement for grep. All you know that grep is utility to find different stuff in files and text using regular expressions. Previously I was talking about the fuzzy finder, but one of the downside or maybe strong side of fuzzy finder is that it doesn't support regular expressions. So you can just find by some combinations, and that's it. RG does what should do any cool regex finder. And to see its capabilities, let's use TLDR RG. We can use it just regularly, RG some text. Personally, I'm very often use iSwitch. For example, if I'm looking for foo, it will not find the foo from the capital letter, but if you provide the I, it basically ignore case, it will find it. Yeah, and it's just shorter version. Creators of this utility say that it works faster, but personally for me it's better than grep, because grep has some not easy to remember and to use switches. You need to Google it every time. RG is much easier to use. Next thing is JQ. They say this is a lightweight thing, but it's not the case. Personally, I tried to use it all the time, but in almost all cases I need to Google about the syntax. This utility is for parsing and processing JSON. So if you work with JSON, you probably do. If you use some web APIs, maybe you are creating or parsing some configuration files and all that kind of stuff, you can use JQ just to filter things, to find some stuff, and so on. I can show you an example. I'm not sure why that doesn't work. Let's open Swagger. Let's find some we have tools, we have Swagger UI, live demo. We got this JSON. Let's try to curl it. We can see a lot of different letters without sense. But if we pipe this to JQ, we will get nicely looking formatted JSON. It's good. And also, if you don't want to get all the stuff, you can filter, for example, external docs, and we probably get only last section that we want. JQ is very powerful. It allows to build crazy complex expressions that I personally cannot remember, so I need to Google it, as I said previously. But you can use it in your scripts. Like, personally, I'm using it to parse the content of Kafka topics. Most of our Kafka topics contain JSON, so JQ is tool number one of doing this stuff. Okay, let's go to the next. Next thing is a bat. Bat is a cat clone with wings. Bat basically is part of Batman, and cat is utility to see the content of files, and bat adds some cool capabilities to the content. So it detects the language, it has some syntax highlights, it shows things like line numbers. If a file is under Git, it will show markers like diff, so what has been changed, added, or removed. And also it integrates with other tools. When you need to see the content of files, you can plug bat and see it in nice look. Okay, for example, we have Docker Compose YAML, and let's try to see it. I'm using cat because actually I created an alias from cat to bat, so I don't have anything in cat that I would like to have. Yeah, and layout is very nice. We see the name of file, line numbers, its content. That's it. Very cool thing. Just drop-in replacement for cat utility. Next, next are two very powerful, two cool things. I will not demo them right now, but I just want that every one of you learned it, because these are really two Superman that allows you to do things when other tools actually give up. In my experience, there were cases when I was trying to set up a CI/CD, and the framework we used was .NET, and for some reason, actually I know the reason, but anyway, the output of one tool was in XML, and I needed to parse it. So if it were JSON, I would of course use JQ, but I tried to Google something for XML, and the options were not very cool, so they required some Java. I didn't want to put Java into my CI/CD, create another Docker, whatever, and I decided to use sed or Oak. I don't remember which of these worked, but it worked like a charm. So I was able to parse my XML, find needed value from there, and all that in one line. It was maybe crazy line, but anyway, so you need at least to understand that there are such tools and some basics. They are not so complicated. You can do crazy things with this tooling, but for some simple scenarios, the usage is very straightforward. So my recommendation would be to get familiar with these tools. And last thing that I would like to share with you is how to sync your configuration across machines. You might have different computers, and probably you would like to have the same experience on them. In Linux, this is really easy because everything is file, and to make your experience the same, you just need to sync these files. Senior DevOps would probably choose an option based on Git. When you create some Git repository, you push it to GitHub, GitLab, whatever. Then you clone it to your working machine. You create your stuff like symlinks from your clone copy to your home directory, and then you just set up some automated or maybe manual syncing with your Git repository. I just googled one of such examples. If you're interested in it, you can click on this link and find some information about it. This example contains a README file with the whole process, what you need to do, and that's it. Probably there are better examples, but I find this one and it's pretty sufficient. Oh, slides got broken, but anyway. However, for lazy guys like me, there are other options, and personally I'm using Mockup. Mockup is just a utility that you need to install using brew install, and all you do is to run the command mockup backup. Mockup is basically make backup, I think, yes. So what this command does, it takes your .files and syncs them with your Dropbox account. So you need to have Dropbox installed on your laptop when you're doing this, and the rest will do backup. So on your first laptop, you need to create Mockup backup, and on other laptops, you need to execute Mockup restore, and it will add syncing between your computers. I had an experience when I synced Ubuntu machine with my Mac. It works pretty good, so I can recommend it if you are, again, too lazy to set up things via Git. Okay, so we have reviewed a couple of CLI tools, and at the end of this session, I would like to think loudly about why CLI is better than graphical user interface based tools. The first advantage is that they work everywhere. So you may connect to the computer where you don't have any graphical interface. It may happen, but CLI will continue to work, and you will not need to leave your comfort zone. CLI tools could be, the command that you are issuing using CLI could be easily repeated. So you can use the history of your commands, you can change them, you can repeat them just with a few keystrokes. With graphical user interface, it's not always the case. Sometimes you need to click the same combination of buttons, and this combination could be long. And also CLI could be scripted. DevOps is a story about automating the different processes, and scripting is one way of doing this. So you can craft some command, then you can put it into some script file, and voila, you have automation. Also, the advantage is that you can Google CLI commands more easily than instructions based on UI tools. This is correct, especially if you find some advice from years ago and the UI has been changed since then. you will get hard times trying to repeat this advice. And even if you find some modern stuff, you will get a bunch of screenshots. Click here, click there, and so on. And this is not very cool to follow. CLI, you can Google, copy and paste, and that's it. However, there is one gotcha. I'm not sure how is it relevant right now, but just for your interest, there is a site telling that copying stuff is not always safe. So, for example, you can copy this command in just some. I clicked copy, then I create some new file, and I paste it. And we can see that instead of just one line, we got some other content that potentially could bring some harm to your laptop. That's why you need to be careful when you take stuff from internet. This is basically true to any stuff from internet, and for scripts especially. And I warned you about that. Okay, I think that's all what I got for today. I hope this was interesting and useful. Any of these tools could be installed on Mac using brew install, and on other platforms they could be installed using any other installation method for that platform. They're cross-platform. And be cool, DevOps. Thanks.
My name's Linda. I'm a program manager in Redmond, Washington. I work to ensure that we're creating and delivering value for Azure Boards users.
My name's Martin. I'm a program manager in Northern Ireland. I help connect our engineering teams to the people outside Microsoft who use our products. I get to make a difference wherever I am in the world.
Hi, I'm Martina, and I'm a principal PM in Redmond, Washington. I'm ensuring that all of our customers have a great experience.
Hi, I'm Dipendra, and I'm a UX designer in Hyderabad.
Hi, I'm Jeff Beeler, and I'm the Director of Product Operations, and I live in the Netherlands.
I ship delightful experiences across Azure DevOps.
We work on things like security, privacy, and compliance, taking care of our customers' data.
Hi, I'm Divya Vaishnavi. I'm a program manager in Hyderabad. I love how DevOps helps breed experimentation.
What I love is that the distance between me and the customer is a click of a button away.
I help developers build the best code by providing them the best tools for testing. But the reason I love my job so much is because I get to work with the customers directly who are developers, as well as I get to solve the most complex problems.
Hi, I'm Kaushal and I'm a program manager in Hyderabad in India. I love working in DevOps because it helps us push small features very fastly to our customers, get their feedback and course correct if needed.
The impact that we bring about for the customer and the customer business value.
It allows us to get closer to our customers, really understand what they need, and to hear from them regularly.
I love seeing that the diverse groups of people who use our product every single day, and it is just simply beautiful to see.
Give me 1 minute and I'll show you how Google Kubernetes Engine can help you modernize your existing application. GKE is an enterprise-grade platform for stateful and stateless containerized apps. It offers managed Kubernetes and is comprised of a high-availability control plane that Google manages and operates, nodes, which hold the pods, and your connected Google Cloud services. You can interact with it using kubectl or the Cloud Console. GKE increases developer productivity with pre-built deployment templates featuring portability and integrated tools to accelerate app development and deployment cycles. It simplifies platform operations with auto-scale, auto-upgrade, and auto-repair features. It is secure by default, including data encryption and vulnerability scanning of container images. And it supports integrated cloud monitoring with infrastructure, application, and Kubernetes-specific views. GKE can help modernize your applications, create a continuous delivery pipeline, or migrate your existing two-tier app. Next time you're thinking about modernizing your apps quickly, take a minute to look at Google Kubernetes Engine. For more info, check out cloud.google.com/Kubernetes Engine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Struggling to pick the best option for the long run? Intellia's doesn't only offer one-time bonuses and gifts, but a really good salary and a fantastic workplace. Intellia's, engineering by people.
Welcome to InfoPulse, the place where we not only get professional experience, but also make friends and share common values. And what's more, InfoPulse is about the company's top management who is on the same wavelength with everybody and knows each specialist personally. It's about victories in business and in your favorite sport. This is when you feel at home while at the office. And you can combine business with pleasure. For instance, studying foreign languages while watching films. This is when you look for ways of completing the most challenging tasks together. When you can get creative without leaving the office. Where you can find time for improving your physical and mental health. When you understand that most of the time which we spend at the office is not only about business.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for DataArt. DataArt doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to DataArt's flexibility. DataArt's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers, or from home. DataArt is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for DataArt and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join DataArt.
Making love was just for fun. Those days are gone. Living alone, I think of all the friends I've known. When I dial the telephone, all by myself, don't wanna be all by myself anymore.
My name's Linda. I'm a program manager in Redmond, Washington. I work to ensure that we're creating and delivering value for Azure Boards users.
My name's Martin. I'm a program manager in Northern Ireland. I help connect our engineering teams to the people outside Microsoft who use our products. I get to make a difference wherever I am in the world.
Hi, I'm Martina, and I'm a Principal PM in Redmond, Washington. I'm ensuring that all of our customers have a great experience.
Hi, I'm Dipendra, and I'm a UX designer in Hyderabad.
Hi, I'm Jeff Beeler, and I'm the Director of Product Operations, and I live in the Netherlands.
I ship delightful experiences across Azure DevOps.
We work on things like security, privacy, and compliance, taking care of our customers' data.
Hi, I'm Divya Vaishnavi. I'm a program manager in Hyderabad. I love how DevOps helps breed experimentation.
What I love is that the distance between me and the customer is a click of a button away.
I help developers build the best code by providing them the best tools for testing. But the reason I love my job so much is because I get to work with the customers directly who are developers, as well as I get to solve the most complex problems.
Hi, I'm Kaushal and I'm a program manager in Hyderabad in India. I love working in DevOps because it helps us push small features very fastly to our customers, get their feedback and course correct if needed.
The impact that we bring about for the customer and the customer business value.
It allows us to get closer to our customers, really understand what they need, and to hear from them regularly.
I love seeing that the diverse groups of people who use our product every single day, and it is just simply beautiful to see.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to DevOps Stage Conference. My name is Vlad Gram, and today I will discuss with you so-called toxic enterprise projects, how and why, what are the reasons and what is the story behind this toxicity and how projects are becoming toxic. And I will analyze the root cause of this toxicity from the methodology point of view. And then we will discuss some system-level decisions and some steps that DevOps team and the delivery team as a whole can take to detoxify and to fix those issues on the project. So I already introduced myself. My name is Vlad Gram. I'm working as a head of DevOps unit in Cyclone Digital. And I've been in the DevOps world for more than 5 years, and in IT world, like for more than 15 years. As a DevOps, I spent a lot of time on different outsourcing programs and projects. So I've been there as an engineer, as a team lead, and as a program lead for the DevOps team. You can find my contact and information on the slide. So let's begin on our presentation. First of all, let's discuss on why enterprise projects and why we are focusing on them. Enterprise projects are good. I personally love them so much because they are providing so many experience, and this experience is not only about DevOps, it's a cross-domain experience. It's an experience on how business works from inside. It's an experience on how people communicate to each other and how this communication can be broken or effective in different ways. It's an experience of working in international communities and teams in a different region. And from outsourcing company point of view, enterprise projects are super good because they generate most of the revenue and most of the work for the outsourcing company. But still, engineers tend to avoid enterprise projects, and they call them toxic, and they call processes on such enterprise level projects as broken or inefficient or even abundant. So what are the problems on the enterprise? What are the issues? You can name them all, but I will start with some that I personally encountered on different projects. Of course, there was no single project possessing all of those issues, but in some cases, in some projects, there were like fragments and some kind of points where things were super broken and went wrong. So what are those issues? Like, for example, every task is critical because there is no single person who can set priorities. Micromanagement to expedite those tasks because they are critical for the management. Inconsistent processes for some new things or for some old legacy things that are still there. And legacy code itself, legacy integrations, legacy infrastructure, legacy processes in terms of creation of resources or requesting resources. Long email threads where people just trying to understand what is going on. Knowledge silos where you have to be in context because if you didn't create this resource, you cannot know how it works and what are the workarounds implemented in this solution. Now, there can be even lost code or unknown code, or person who have written this code is not in the company anymore and no one knows how it works. Sometimes you can even remember, and there was an issue from my experience where some person were using its own credentials for some scripts, and when he left the company, all scripts were failing because he put his own keys and his credentials were revoked. So sometimes it may be like approvals for every step that you are doing. You want to change something, you need approval. You need to add some resource, you need approval from, I don't know, budget committee. Sometimes it's extensive reporting where you have to write report over report over report, and some of those reports are in Excel, some of those reports are in Confluence, some of those reports are in email form, but still you will have to report extensively and sometimes waste your time on these reports. No one reads them. Most of enterprise level projects have distractions, especially for the DevOps team. We will discuss it later. Everything may be urgent, everything may be critical. Sometimes DevOps team or team members are participating in some frustrating meetings. They don't understand why they are here as well. Sometimes it can be outdated documentation, or sometimes some work they do is unfinished and left unfinished because no one wants to implement it in production and break something. So you can name lots of symptoms, lots of toxic signs that you can find on the project. But when I'm looking into the slide, it hurts me a lot because all of this is based on real experience. But there is a way to fix that. Why I'm talking about DevOps when I'm discussing issues with the management? Well, there are two reasons. Reason number one, because DevOps engineers are in the middle of the storm. DevOps team is suffering the most of those toxicity and those issues, because DevOps team is needed everywhere. DevOps team is cross-functional, and DevOps engineers are communicating with different sides of the business. DevOps pipeline, DevOps products, infrastructure, it affects all products and all teams, and it affects more than just DevOps area of responsibility. You can see those numbers on the slide, but I have no data to prove that. It's my gut feeling that DevOps engineer is attending much more meetings than any other software engineer. And DevOps engineer is being distracted much more often than any other software engineer working in QA or development. Also, DevOps area of responsibility is pretty fuzzy. Sometimes you even don't know if you're responsible for that or not, or who is responsible for this part of the infrastructure. DevOps will be the first point of contact in case of any issue, and DevOps again is being distracted by lots of ad hoc tasks that are critical or urgent. But spoilers ahead, DevOps is a team who can contribute the most into fixing those issues. So what is the simple truth behind this toxicity and behind those issues on enterprise projects? The simple truth is that in a large, growing and changing environment, there are always cross-dependent components which are affected by different people. And every symptom of this cross-dependency is there for absolute logical reason, and every symptom of this toxicity were treated as a good solution here and now in some past. Business stakeholders, they just don't want to make their project toxic. They want to fix the problems they see right now. They want to get a feeling of control. They want to understand what is going on. And the problem here is not people. It's not methodology. It's not the technology you are using. The problem here is actually based on a system level. It's some kind of system level contradictions that cannot be fixed or cannot be seen from the inside. From the inside of the project, it feels just like you're getting more and more issues, and you just do not understand why this amount of problems, this amount of incoming requests and issues, and amount of some alerts angry people is increasing over time. It feels like you're just drowning into the swamp. So let's take a look on the most irritating symptoms and on the story how these symptoms are getting here and when management makes decision to put those symptoms into the project. First irritating system that I took, it's about responsibility mix. So why there is a mixed responsibility on the project? First of all, because the project is big and sometimes you even cannot predict and cannot know that you are sharing something with other team or with other competency. So at the beginning, you can split the responsibility over the resources. But even in technology world, even in DevOps part, in infrastructure, sometimes you will have to gather few people to discuss some integration issue that affects both parties, and both parties can say that on our side, everything is working fine. So you will get a shared responsibility just by design, just because there is a shared resource or some resources are requiring involvement from different people. On some level, you even may not know that you share something with other teams. And let me give you some examples. So, for example, IAM services, they are shared between, I don't know, cybersecurity team, for example, and IT services team and DevOps team, because DevOps team require access to IAM services to provision some kind of service accounts. Certificates and DNS zones, in my experience, there was a story when certificates were owned by marketing team as well as DNS zones, because marketing tend to be the responsible team for the web development and for the website of the company. Integration points, they can be even owned by other company or other organization that is in partnership with you or your customer. Infrastructure can be shared with everyone else. And last but not least, budget can be also shared. So the responsibility mix is here for the reason because you cannot predict the responsibility. The only thing that you can predict is ownership. What about priorities? Sometimes all tasks are critical, sometimes everything is urgent. You are blocking all the teams simultaneously. Why? Because, you know, DevOps competency meant to be cross-team, and you have to work with multiple teams that are developing multiple products. And the production environment hosts those multiple products. And when some shared components fails, all the teams want to be unblocked. When the CI/CD component is not bringing enough speed, or there is some issue in the CI/CD itself, or there is issue in some fuzzy responsibility area between you and developers, the whole team may be blocked. And you know, team leads of those teams, they're responsible for their own chunk of work. They come to you, they ask you what happens, and they are urging you to make sure you're unblocking their team. And sometimes they may even not know that the other team experiences the same issue. So you are getting distractions, you are getting critical tasks, and there is no person who can say which task is in priority, because both teams are blocked, both teams are important, and both teams are responsible for an important part of business. So you just can't prioritize it because you are not a product owner for both teams and they have their own product owners. And also you feel stretched. So DevOps team almost always feel stretched, and it consumes energy. And about extensive reporting. So unclear priorities and issues with the shared area of responsibility leads to the feeling of lost control. And managers are responding to this feeling with requests for additional reporting. They just want to know what is going on. And some reporting processes live longer than managers that started those processes. And from the beginning, it creates illusion of control, but it frustrates the team, and it also frustrates and creates additional chaos on the long run. Common symptoms of extensive reporting, it's redundant meetings. It's when on a daily stand-up, you just have to report what you did yesterday instead of planning and discussing impediments. You have to create ticket on ticket on ticket. Sometimes you need to over monitor, and you will have like polluted notification channel. In my experience, there was a notification channel for creating any resource in AWS because someone wanted to control spendings on a cloud, and this channel was abandoned. Everyone muted it because it was over polluted with notifications, because at least 5 or 6 teams were working with the AWS and constantly creating and decommissioning resources. One of the most common symptoms of this issue is when you have to do reports not only in ticketing systems or email, but also in Excel or Confluence or other systems, and sometimes in all of them simultaneously. So let's try and do the root cause analysis. And here I will cheat a little because I will not analyze the root cause of how these symptoms appeared and why. I will analyze our work as a DevOps team and as a software delivery team from methodology point of view and check our work against different methodologies. So let's take a look at the Scrum first. Why I'm saying that in DevOps world and in software delivery, in most software delivery companies, the Scrum is broken. First of all, DevOps team, in every enterprise project, DevOps team will have some degree of centralization. Some parts of infrastructure will be shared between different teams. Some parts of networking, some parts of limits. For example, there are some limitations in clouds that can be also shared between different teams. Sometimes budget can be shared between teams. And from the DevOps perspective, it requires some level of centralization and some level of shared resources and cross-dependency between teams. This means that DevOps expertise cannot work as a Scrum in many ways. Because first of all, it's not an independent thing. It's not a product itself. We are helping to deliver other products from the Scrum point of view. We cannot be fully self-organized because we have lots of incoming work and we have to work with different development teams and developers. And this means that you cannot just put DevOps engineers, give them a sprint, give them a backlog, and protect the sprint from changing the scope. It's just impossible because there are lots of ad hoc tasks, there are lots of incoming tasks that should be fixed instantly or fast. Okay, but we can work as a Kanban, we can work as a service team, and we can work with incoming ad hoc tasks, just using the Kanban board and go one by one. Yeah, it's cool. It's a good idea. Ad hoc tasks are unavoidable in DevOps world, and Kanban is a natural and good idea to work with, but you know, in most cases, in most teams, Kanban means just that you have a board in Jira with tasks. But do you really measure and control work in progress as Kanban methodology states? In DevOps team, because of those cross dependencies and level of centralization, we will have lots of tasks in status like on hold, in some ways of on hold. For example, ready for testing, ready for acceptance, waiting for input, blocked, on hold due to priorities, waiting for some other task to be completed. You know, from Kanban point of view, all of those statuses are treated as in progress. And sometimes you're forgetting about this. Sometimes teams and their managers are forgetting that on hold is also in progress, and we are creating more and more in progress tasks. And so in some time, when some time passed, we are drowning in this on hold. And another issue with Kanban is that DevOps team still need to improve the CI/CD pipeline and the ways of delivery. And DevOps team itself should generate ideas and improvements. DevOps team itself should also do some kind of retrospective and think about continuous improving their work, and not only incoming tasks, but also the services and the pipeline quality they are providing for the delivery. So Kanban is also in some way broken. But let's step back and take a look at Agile itself. And we may see that Agile is also not so okay for the DevOps and for the team which project and product is creates cross dependencies with other products. So in Agile, when we're talking about DevOps team, let's have a question. Do you manage waste? Yeah. How do you do this? How do you think about creating waste in DevOps world? You know, Agile Manifesto, working code over the comprehensive documentation. When your code is being used by different teams and different stakeholders, the working codes equals comprehensive documentation as well with working code. When you are in cross-dependent environment, do you really embrace and welcome changes? Because if you change something global, if you change something, for example, on infrastructure level, it may affect all teams, and it may block or disrupt all the works in your organization. Sometimes simplicity does not work, because simplicity in some meanings means that break things, move fast, and sometimes you have to create workarounds. Sometimes you have to like fix problem fast and then think about how to do this. And in this way, Agile is also a bit broken. We've been discussing the self-organized team in terms of Scrum and Kanban. So how self-organized is your Agile process right now? And what do you discuss on retrospectives? Are you playing the blame game? Are you thinking about why did you break some other works with implementing these changes? And what do you really discuss on your retrospective? Do you really discuss on how to make things better? And what are the things that actually should be better? So let's think about how to fix that, how to fix the problem when modern methodologies are not exactly intended to fix it. Let's start with basic hygiene. So, yeah, wash your hands, wear a mask, and do some stuff in your Agile delivery organization in the way how you organize your work. Like, for example, You can work with Scrum in some ways. You can work in sprints, but you should dedicate story point capacity for sprint for ad hoc tasks. But still, you can work in sprints in that way. It won't be a Scrum itself, but it may add some mixture of it and sometimes fix basic problems. Treat your on-hold tasks as work in progress and split them into categories like ready for acceptance and other on-hold statuses. So have lots of on-hold statuses, categorize them as on-hold and categorize on-hold as a work in progress as well, and prioritize on-hold tasks first because they need to be unblocked, and sometimes you just cannot finish them without this prioritizing. Just do not lose those tasks. And maintain your priorities. It's okay to review your backlog in terms of what is critical, what is not, and when the task is incoming, you may also ask about criticality and about priority of this task. And don't believe other teams and other vendors and other developers from the client side that this task is critical. Just assess it well. You can also help with designating champions on different issues or different topics. For example, you can designate a security champion who will concern about security stuff and be responsible for communication with the security and cybersecurity team from client side. It's much easier than hire a security specialist into your outsourcing team and then sell this person to the client and then put another person into the process. Just designate champion, and this champion will be like owner of this part of your work. And maintain your capacity. So sometimes DevOps teams and many teams, but DevOps is the most, are feeling overburdened and out of energy because of distractions, because of ad hoc tasks, because of context switches, because they have to cover lots of topics. And one thing that you can do is to provide self-service to the development team. And development team will be able to create pipelines, to create, for example, new application in the environment by themselves without affecting DevOps. Just invest a bit into education and show them how to do it, how to use, for example, your shared pipeline library. Sometimes bureaucracy can also help. It's okay to ask people to create a ticket. It's okay to ask people to create acceptance criteria in this ticket. And some level of bureaucracy, if you're not overdoing it, it also helps to fix and give you some time and space to breathe. And if we will narrow the whole agile processes to one advice, I would say it will be do retros and reflect on your effectiveness. So think about your effectiveness on every retro meeting. But let's discuss on how we can fix the system level process. To fix the system level process, we need to fix the way how we think about things. So the common problem and the common delusion of the modern software development is that result of the software development is a static product. Of course, the product is never static. Sometimes you need to change it with a newer one. Sometimes you need to add more integration. Sometimes you will have increase in performance or in number of users, and you have to respond to that. Sometimes you need to just check some hypotheses against real life users. So the product in production, it's not a static thing. And the main value, the main aim and goal, and here where money lies actually, is that the main product and the main focus of software delivery is how fast you can implement changes. So if you are shifting focus from the product itself, from the package, to the value stream, to the rail, how fast the rails can bring more and more packages to the production. If you will discuss with your customer and with your team as well that the CI/CD pipeline and the infrastructure behind your delivery is actually a main product that you deliver, and all other products are based on it, and the success of your project is also based on CI/CD pipeline, then you may fix issues with DevOps, because the main problem, the main issue, the main system level approach that creates this toxicity is that DevOps does not have their own product, or the product of DevOps is secondary comparing to the product that brings money for your customer. So basically, CI/CD pipeline is not just a tool. It is the product the whole organization delivers. And if we think about pipeline and about CI/CD as a product, we may see that speed of changes, speed of application delivery, speed of deploying into production is dependent on CI/CD pipeline highly. And end-to-end delivery pipeline is actually a defining factor for the value stream and for the value of your software development organization. So let's think about CI/CD pipeline as the main product that defines the value for all teams and all products in the organization. And if we call CI/CD pipeline as a product, then this product should definitely have a product owner, a person who will discuss the pipeline abilities, features, requirements, functional, non-functional requirements with the business on a business language, and bring it to your backlog as a DevOps team. So a single person should own the value stream speed on a business level. And this person will be responsible for critical parameters of the CI/CD pipeline and the delivery process itself. Like, for example, iteration size, because smaller iterations are easier to implement and easier to fix and easier to test comparing to large releases. Build deploy speed, because faster you build, faster you deploy, faster you get your feedback and may check and change something. So we are embracing changes. We are working with increasing the speed of changes. And that's why we need to shorten the feedback loop and increase the feedback quality to make sure we can implement better changes and to do less waste. Of course, we should automate everything that is possible to automate and make sure that all routine steps are made in automated way. This process should be also should maintain integrity, because if this process can be avoided, this means that sometimes developer will I don't know, push to master. Sometimes if you are creating a different alternative process, you should do it only if this process is better. And if you are owning as a product owner the CI/CD pipeline, you should know about someone who is creating another product or another POC or another MVP CI/CD pipeline. Of course, I already told you that this pipeline should be self-service. And this pipeline also should be sustainable and fixable in terms of self-recovery logic, because we still have to manage our infrastructure. We still have to support our production and make sure that production is working correctly and reliably. So what will happen and what did happen on huge cross-dependent projects when we designate a CI/CD and the pipeline product owner, and when we designated, at least internally on outsourcing level, or sometimes we even discussed this with the customer, and customer agreed with us that CI/CD is the main product that we are focusing on, and here is the product owner for the pipeline and for the end-to-end delivery. Well, actually, things started to change to good, mostly. And for example, why? Because if the team has a value stream as a main focus, yeah, and there is a criteria for task prioritization. Does this task affect the value stream itself? Product owner can also help in prioritizing tasks and filtering out those tasks that shouldn't be done. Also, a product owner can clarify the task and get more information about acceptance criteria for the CI/CD task. Team may work back to Scrum without breaking it, without having those issues I described when I was saying about broken Scrum, because team becomes independent, it has its own product, and it has all the resources to maintain this product and to deliver its product. So team is fully independent, team can be self-organized, team can product its own ideas and be responsible for the product on the CI/CD pipeline level. Also, we will have a central reporting source as a product owner will communicate to business. Cross dependencies will become feature requests instead of being natural disaster and being treated like something that will always happen. We just cannot do anything without it. And also, on a business level, product owner can deal with the team's resistance. For example, if you are changing the pipeline, sometimes development teams are resisting those changes because it will break their own pace of work. Because product owner will have those requests on breaking things and changing the pipeline on a business level. And there will be a stakeholder supporting this change. And from my experience, in 2-3 months, the hopeless project, which were called toxic, and I've been on few of those in 2-3 months, when we change this paradigm shift and change the way we treat CI/CD pipeline, the project on a different levels, like for example, cooperation and conflicts between teams, can be fixed and can become much more comfortable and easy to work in. So let's make a conclusion. First of all, shift your thinking about DevOps work and the delivery work itself to focus on value stream. Designate a CI/CD product owner as a single person who will own the whole value stream as a product. And of course, conduct hygiene, automate things, provide self-service, maintain your capacity, maintain your tickets, maintain your ad hoc tickets and backlog, and you will fix the toxic project. Thank you for your attention, and now you will have some time to ask questions. I will gladly respond them.
Thank you for all of you who've been here with us today. I would like to remind you that after the conference you receive the links to all recordings. Before we close the conference, I would like to mention 2 very important points. Number 1, thank you for all our speakers. Thank you for your time, thank you for your dedication. Thank you for sharing your knowledge for free. And the second important point is that I would like to say thank you to our sponsors, which made available the conference available for all of us for free. Our general sponsor, Microsoft, our platinum sponsors, Google, Luxoft, Customer Times, Wirex, Ciclum, Scalia, and our gold sponsors, Intellias, Infopulse, DataArt, Sigma, and finally Temabit. COVID is giving up. We are not giving up. See you next time in 2022 on DevOps stage, but offline. See you and bye.